if we don't have alphabets. So the ease of communication is not accidental because generally we have alphabets. And then in our profession today, let's consider what is happening. Planning professionals across Nigeria are, in effect, not speaking the right words because you don't use the right alphabet. And my apology to my friends from the northern part of Nigeria who doesn't understand Yoruba. When we were in primary school, they were teaching us, we allow ye, A for Aja, B bata, D doje. And then they taught us so many other things. Then they started saying, okay, we have to form words from it. Now say, oh, baba, de, be, baba. Those of us are old enough to understand what I mean. Oh, ba, be. Now, without the alphabet, we cannot begin to form letters and words. And without the words, we cannot make complete statements. And that is exactly the problem we're having now. We use terms as residential, commercial, mixed use, institutional, industrial, yet we often mean different things when we use them. Without clearly defining classes or subclasses, meaningful communications become difficult and sometimes very impossible. So if you ask 10 town planners today to classify a hotel or a cemetery, you are most likely to receive 10 different answers. That inconsistency is not a failure of individual competence. It is just a systemic problem, so to say. It reflects the absence of shared, standardized framework for land use classifications. So this brings us to the core purpose of this workshop. The major objective of this gathering is to deliberate on and refine and propose a standardized and harmonized digital encoded land use classification system for Nigeria. Don't mind the BB grammar, we'll break it down at some point. Harmonized, digitally encoded land use classification. So we want to migrate from the traditional crayon coloring thing to something that is digital, right? One that recognizes multiple land use subclasses is modern and is digitally aligned and is both human readable and machine readable. This is not merely a technical exercise. It is a foundational reform for the planning profession and for land governance in Nigeria. A common language is essential for meaningful land management. So classification provides that common language, and it ensures that every land use terms carries the same meaning everywhere, across local governments, across states, and the federal ministries, public agencies, private consultants, and academic institutions who are using the same language so that we can communicate effectively. This shared understanding is the first and most critical step towards harmonization of planning outputs, spatial data integration, and effective interagency collaboration nationwide. It is also important to clarify a persistent source of confusion in planning practice. Now, please listen attentively to this. Land use and zoning are often used interchangeably, but they are not the same thing. But they are not the same. Land use classification is descriptive. It tells us what is actually happening on the land, its functional use. Whereas zoning, on the other hand, is regulatory. It prescribes what is permitted or what is restricted or what is prohibited, as the case may be, on the land. Without a clear and consistent land use classification, zoning becomes subjective, enforcement becomes difficult, and planning decisions lose credibility. Today's workshop, therefore, represents an opportunity to lay the groundwork for a new era of spatial planning in Nigeria, one that is coherent, digitally enabled, and professionally defensible. So when you come up with any description, you can actually defend it anywhere. So the discussions we will have here can shape how we plan, regulate, manage, and govern land for decades to come. And I'm happy that you are part of that initiative. And I encourage all participants to engage openly. I mean openly. We, at some point, we need to delete some ideas that is stuck in our head because of our past experiences. So I will encourage you to engage openly, critically. So whatever we are telling you today, don't accept. Challenge it, right? But let it be constructive. The success of these initiatives depends on collective ownership and professional consensus. Once again, I welcome you and wish all a productive and impactful deliberation. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands once more for him. So he has set the agenda for today's workshop, and I know we are ready to do justice. While he was giving the opening speech or remarks, the former head department of urban and regional planning, town planner Professor Wale Alade walked in. Professor Alade, thank you so much for your presence. Also, we have here in our midst former Dean, Faculty of Environmental Sciences, and currently the founding directors, one of the few centers of excellences in the University of Lagos. Please join me as we make welcome Professor Timothy Nubi. Thank you so much for your presence, sir. Okay, so we move straight to goodwill messages. Please join me as I make welcome one of the fathers of the profession, the MDCO Kadiri Association, in person of town planner Wahid Kadiri. Let's put our hands together for him. Just so you know, he's the former rector of Moshood Abiola Polytechnic. And he doesn't look the age.
Thank you so much. For correction, I don't know Kadiri Association. The representative of the governor, past president of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners, past president of Association of Town Planning Consultants of Nigeria, fellows of our profession, fellows of allied professions, distinguished members of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners, and head of farms of Atopcon. Good morning. I appreciate this opportunity to deliver a goodwill message, but I wonder what I want to say than just show appreciation. Professor Gumbiade's commitment to land use classification is not recent. It started long ago and was spurred on when we were both involved in the preparation of a model city plan in Lagos State along with other town planners. At that point, the need for town and gown to collaborate became very obvious. When he brought up the idea of this workshop, I was convinced it is necessary and it will add value to our practice and our profession. It is necessary because, as town planner Dr. Jimonko, a past president of our institute and member of the board of trustees of NITP and ATOPCOM observed at the ATOPCOM workshop in Abeokuta. He said, the basic concern of urban regional planning is land uses and how they relate, or how we make them to relate. The involvement of NITP in land use classification is not recent. Efforts have been made in the early 1990s, which culminated in a color code that was produced, but it's now buried in history. I can recall that I printed 1,000 copies of that color code sheet for distribution as a young town planner then. I thought it was a contribution. Another committee was set up not too long ago. Its efforts are also buried in the bureaucracy of our institute. I see this workshop as a complementary effort by some concerned individuals and organizations that NITP and ATOPCON had agreed to work with. We thank NITP and ATOPCON for their support. All other sponsors and collaborators are also appreciated. I will, however, order beyond the 5 listed expected outcomes. You can find that in the pamphlet you have. The 5 expected outcomes. We could add a published proceedings of the workshop, as was done for the colloquium held in 2016 on making town planning more visible. That colloquium was spontaneous. It was sponsored by private town planners. And at that colloquium, we had over 220 town planners in attendance. But 2016 till now, over almost 10 years. If not for the workshop proceedings that was published, it would have been, what did they say? How did it go? So I order this workshop should also end or continue, I won't say end, with a publication of the proceedings of today's workshop. The proceedings will be of value to practicing planners and also helpful to researchers. It will be easy to retrieve all that will be done today. It is hoped that at the end of it all, we shall have standard color guide, color codes, and GIS and mapping acceptable across Nigeria. And I'm very confident about that. I'm sure about that. Looking at the audience here, we are having audience beyond Lagos. This is not a Lagos affair. If it had been a Lagos affair, maybe I won't be here because I'm not from Lagos. But they say I am. But we have our keynote speaker is from Zaria. The man representing him is from Mena. I've just seen KLM here. It's from Abuja. And from my state, I have seen 3, 4, 5 people. So what I'm saying is that it looks like this workshop have a national blessing, and that's what the product should also have. I appreciate the organizers for the idea of this workshop and support of all the sponsors and the faculty members. Your reward goes beyond being mentioned in the brochure and banners. You have earned the right to say, I am part of this initiative. And that's, nobody can pay you for that. It's not a thing that you can put a cost or price to, that you are part of a successful venture. I hope when we achieve the MVC goal, we shall all be happy to say, I was there when it started. Thank you, and have a nice day.
Let's put our hands once more for Town Planner Wide Kadri. So it's Kadri Associates. Sorry for that mix-up. Okay, the introduction lists have been too masculine, and I think it's just appropriate we soften it a little bit. We have the Chairperson Association of Women in Town Planning, Lagos State Chapter. Please join me as we make welcome Town Planner Yemisi Alak. Thank you very much, man. Also here in our midst is the representative of Aliko Dangote University of Science and Technology, in person of Muktaka Idris. You are welcome. I know when you heard Aliko Dangote, you thought they brought refinery here. It's not refinery. Thank you so much. Here also in our midst, we have Town Planner Ayo Adediran, past National Secretary of, okay, welcome sir, NITP, past Chairman NITP Lagos State, and former PS Lagos State Ministry of Physical Planning. Thank you so much. There are very many physical people here coming physically for this physical workshop. Thank you so much. So we move to a goodwill message. We shall be inviting the current president at Topcon in person of Town Planner Badejo Akim. Okay, sir. They want to change the order. They say we goodwill messages here.
Good morning, everyone present here today. I stand on the existing protocol already established. Well, it is my pleasure to be invited here today as the president of the Association of Town Planning Consultants of Nigeria, ATOCON. Before I go further on my goodwill message, please permit me to ask these pertinent questions that are confronting our client. Why do we fail to act with promptitude on planning issues that we cannot run away from? Why do we always fail to act on human activities that require immediate attention until when the situation have gone from bad to worse? Why do we always fail to act on issues? Why do we fail to act on human activities that require immediate attention when the situation have gone from bad to worse? Sorry. Why do we always fail to act until when there is foreign intervention on our local matters? Why do we fail to act to nib a monster in the... About 7 years ago, the then Dr. Muyiwa Agunbiade, who is now a POF, first presented the same land use classification to the Lagos State chapter of NITP. Then Town Planner Bisi Adede was the chairman. Then I was made to be the chairman of the committee that reviewed this same land use classification. We reviewed it, we invited Town Planner Agunbiade, and we cleared some gray areas in the presentation and presented same to NITP Lagos State chapter. At about that time, that was to be a change of button. Till today, I stand to be corrected. The committee expected the NITP to make the same presentation to the relevant authorities in Lagos State and to NITP National to evaluate what Town Planner Agunbiade presented. But to my surprise, and I stand to be corrected today, there is no meaningful progress on that. Now, I tried to query Google or AI within the same year, that is 2019 to 2025, what urban projects were carried out in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I got 8 mega projects, but I will only mention 4 here. King Salman Park, a 16-kilometer park aimed at enhancing green spaces and recreation areas. Sport Boulevard, a 135-kilometer linear park with sports facilities, trails, and public spaces. Riyadh Expo 2030, a mega event infrastructure project that will be converted into a smart urban district. Kidia, an entertainment and sports city with theme parks, motorsports venues, and cultural space. We can only compare apple with apple and orange with orange. I did the same query to major urban projects carried out in Lagos, and I got I got a number of projects. The blue red line, the red line, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, Lagos, Calabar, Coastal Highway, and so on and so forth. Then, the question now is that why does it take us over 7 years that we are still saying the same thing? Whereas some other developed world, within the same year we are talking 9 years, Medina Mecca rail bullet train was completed, which covers 450 kilometers, and so on. Having said that, now, having addressed how we have wasted generations and we don't wait man hours, we wait man years, as well as siphon our public funds for developmental projects that should have been used for developmental projects to improve quality of life for private uses. Let me address why we are here. As town planner, urban planner, city planner, regional planner, whatever planner we call ourselves, physical planner or urban planners, land is the most valuable resource we plan on. Interestingly, as town planners, land use is our professional core competency. Land use classification is how we categorize the different ways land is used, or it is a way of group that land into different types based on what people use it for. Or it is a hierarchical system that categorizes land based on human activities and physical characteristics, from urban land use to agriculture, and ensure sustainable development. And whatever, as the president of ATOPCON, with my modest exposure to international best practices, I am not comfortable that town planning profession in Nigeria has not taken a final position on land use classification when physical planning at the global level is addressing humanization, placemaking, and due tracks agenda on urban planning. I hope participants in this one-day workshop on land use classification standardization will take a final position to to go with acceptable global land use classification or remain where we are after 60 years. To Professor Moyiwa Agumbiade, I doff my hat for your steadfast and doggedness on the change from the existing status quo to land use classification in Nigeria. I wish us a very fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, the president of ATOPCON. Thank you so much. Let's put our hands once more for him. And now, we started the program, we were 32 minutes behind schedule, so we are trying to race for time. I want to crave our indulgences, especially for the goodwill messages. Let's keep it at 120 seconds. That's magnanimous. 120 seconds. Thank you so much, sir. Next, we would have the representative of the National President, NITP, in person of Professor J.O. Bashorun, who is the Chairman, Education and Research for NITP. Let's put our hands together for his goodwill message. While he's coming, we would quickly recognize the presence of the Honorable Commissioner for Physical Planning, Lagos State, in person of Dr. Oluyinka Olumide. Thank you, sir. Also with him is the Permanent Secretary, same ministry, in person of Dr. Oluwole Shotire. Engineer. Thank you, sir. All right.
Do I need to come there? Sorry. Sorry. We need to be so economical with my time. My name has been mentioned. I'm the Chairman, Education and Research Committee of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. I stand here to represent the National President of the Institute, who is unavoidably absent and whose address I will be very brief in presenting. It is with great pleasure I welcome our distinguished guests to this auspicious occasion of National Technical Workshop on Land Use Classification Standard for Planning Practice in Nigeria. No doubt this is a critical issue that has been begging for attention by town planners, as the situation has been inconsistent across planning institutions, consultants. It is time we realize that the practice of the profession anchors on land use classification standardization. If physical planning generally must be meaningful and match. Note, I wish to acknowledge the initiative of Professor Muyiwa in organizing this landmark technical workshop that will generate reliable land use handy tool for planners, developers, and policy makers. Literature has revealed that the developed world, particularly the United Kingdom, the United States of America, and Australia, have attained world-class standards in town planning, so city planning today on account of land use sorting, which has stimulated their breakthrough in decision-making, mapping, resource allocation, spotting vulnerable zones, such as wetland, floodplains, slopes, etc., siting of infrastructure, and developing actionable plans that promote the economy, environment, and the society. It's a common knowledge that urban and regional planning is a parent profession in the built environment. It determines the land use where the architects, builders, estate managers, engineers, surveyors, and other professionals operate at this current phase of our national development. The focus, as mentioned by our as mentioned by Tamplana Kadri, fellow of the Institute, the focus now of the town planner is strongly on the poor administration of town planning programs in Nigeria, thus prompting the advocacy for implementation of the 1992 Urban and Regional Planning Law, CAP 138. This will help us ensure orderly development, environmental protection, and economic progress. The mandate is preparation of national physical development plans, regional and master plans to provide framework for land use patterns that will promote sustainable development and enhance the quality of life of Nigerians. Nigerian planners, therefore, cannot afford to wait any longer in ensuring orderly growth as well as livable and sustainable human settlements. This technical workshop is not only time, but a hallmark achievement in the history of planning in Nigeria. On behalf of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners, I wish all the participants a robust deliberation that will equip us with the required knowledge, innovative thinking, and land use classification standard that promises to sustain its relevance in the built environment. As the adage says, a problem once identified is halfway solved. Thank you all, and God bless.
Let's put our hands once more for the representative of the NITP president. Quickly, we want to recognize the presence of the immediate past president of ATOPCON and former chairman Lagos State Chapter NITP in person of town planner Adedire. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence. Next, we move on goodwill messages. Okay. We also want to recognize the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Defense. It shows that we are well protected here. We welcome Town Planner Gabriel Aduda. Thank you so much. I hope the convoy, they are outside. All right, we move on goodwill messages as I humbly welcome up on the rostrum the Director Center for Housing and Sustainable Development in person of Professor Timothy Nubi. Let's put our hands together for him. And just a caveat, he's also a pastor.
So that I will not spend more than 5 minutes. But the last person spent 4 minutes. So you will give me one out of his own. Good morning, all. It's a pleasure standing before you. It's like, to me, it's like a family meeting. So I really want to appreciate Professor Agunbiade for bringing all of us together here. And I want to appreciate the support, because the support for this program, the money was paid into center account. And when the money started coming, I thought it was our money. So, and I look at the source, and I really want to say big thank you to you. I want to say big thank you to you, because it's not usual in this part of the world to support research, to support colloquial like this. But it shows that the pastors are doing good work, members are becoming born again, and we are changing our attitude. But I want to start this goodwill message by responding to the president of Outcome. We did this. We had similar gathering about 10 years ago, and we are gathering on the same subject 10 years after. 10 years is quite big. It's quite long in the life of we human beings. But it is Nigeria. It's a problem of our nation. Is the training the British bequeathed on us. We were trained to cram and pass. The students call it agberugbeso. So when you are going to exam hall, people are greeting you, you don't reply until you download, then you can greet. And whoever is able to really download, cram and download, they leave the university with first class. We were never trained to think. We were never trained to solve problems. And that's the problem. I noticed this many years back. By the time I was preparing for my WAEC, I read my dad's grade 3 note, grade 3 teacher Oyo, about the problem of agriculture in Nigeria. 5 points. Transportation, poor implement, poor marketing system, road infrastructure, storage system. He crammed it and he wrote it. He got his grade 3. 30 years after, I crammed the same thing for my WAEC. And I got grade 1. I got A in Agric. Problem of agriculture in Nigeria. 5 points. For those of us who did agriculture. 30 years after, my son was preparing for WAEC. And I got to read his note that he was using to prepare for WAEC. And he was cramming the same 5 points. 60 years, 3 generations. And my heart was broken. My first son has a daughter that is 8 years old. I'm afraid Keke will not need to cram those 5 points. And that is our story. So if a problem of agriculture identified during the time of my father at St. Andrews College, Oyo, almost 80 years ago, still remain the same problem that our people are publishing and reprinting to cram for exam. Why should you be shocked that 10 years after we are repeating a particular talk? But this shouldn't be, because you have graciously called our attention to it. This shouldn't be. There's a monster that we are facing. The monster of population explosion that should cause us sleepless night. The monster of population explosion that will put Lagos State, in particular, put its population to almost 50 million in the next 25 years. That will be a hell. The problem of climate change, the problem of poverty, the problem of proliferation of slum. These are the problems that we are facing today because attention have not been paid to basic things like this. And I'm glad that we are. Because of these problems and the challenges that we have ahead of us, that led to the establishment of. I've asked justly distribute the flyers about the center. The Center for Housing and Sustainable Development happened to be a center of excellence, a rural centers of excellence. As we are talking today is a center that came to be to solve problems. Our mission statement is to attract, through collaborative action, active researchers and funders across all cadre, from within and outside Africa, that will work together with stakeholders like the one we have seated today, from academia, private sector, government, and non-governmental organizations, to solve the diverse problems evidenced in African cities. The center has 9 clusters, and the cluster of spatial data infrastructure happened to be the 8th cluster. When you have the flyer with you, you find out that these clusters focus on different environment to find lasting solutions to urban system where we are playing active role. I want to thank the organizer of this and the supporters, Professor Agumbiade, for not being tired, for your resilience. You don't give. And I see that from the contribution, because where you put your money, you want to see results. And I believe that because of the support, because of the monetary support that people gave, I am persuaded that this will not gather dust. There will be policy. I'm glad to have policymakers in person of the Commissioner for Physical Planning in Lagos State, the Permanent Secretary, the representative of the Minister from Abuja, those of us here that God has placed to shaping and change the story. I say, thank you for coming. I've seen my teachers, those who taught us how to color. Alaji Kadri. He did it pro bono as a student of Okunse Polytechnic. Voluntarily, he will come over the weekend and put us through how to design, how to color. And they are still with us. It's an opportunity for this generation to really solve the problem. I am praying that in 10 years' time, we will not discuss the same thing. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you, brother. Let's put our hands together once more for Professor Timothy Benganubi. I'm happy I gave us that caveat that he's a professor but also a pastor. We will move on our agenda and to declare this program formally open. Would like to invite the representative of the Governor of Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, ably represented by Saviour Ayokumu Adesina, to declare this workshop open. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Governor.
Very much. Please sit down. I was shocked to see everybody standing, especially when my big egmos and my ogas are here. Good morning, everyone. The Honorable Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development, Lagos State, my friend and brother. The past Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development, we have many of them here.
town planner, Toyin Ayinde in particular. Good morning, sir. I use you as a point of courtesy to other eminent personalities here. I requested for the protocol list when I came in, so as not to offend anyone. But because I was not availed anyone, I'll kindly request that you allow me to adopt the already well-established protocol. It is with great pleasure that I stand before you this morning to represent the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, who is unavoidably absent due to other pressing state engagements. But he has sent a written address to your workshop, which is holding today, 16th of December, 2025. And with your kind permission, I'll quickly present Mr. Governor's address. It is an honor to be here today at the National Workshop on Land Use Classification for Planning Practice in Nigeria. I bring you warm greetings from the government and people of Lagos State. State that continues to work deliberately towards building cities that are organized, inclusive, and sustainable for present and future generations. Let me begin by warmly acknowledging the Department of Urban and Regional Planning, University of Lagos, and the Spatial Data Infrastructure Cluster of the Center for Housing and Sustainable Development for organizing this workshop and for inviting Lagos State to participate in this crucial national effort. Nigeria is growing rapidly. Our population is increasing. Our cities are expanding, and pressure on land has never been greater. Yet, one of our biggest challenges remains how we understand and classify land. As it has been rightly observed, if 10 town planners are asked to classify a hotel today, we are likely to get 10 different answers. This lack of consistency creates confusion, weakens coordination among government agencies, and slows down effective decision making. Simply put, when we do not speak the same planning language, progress becomes difficult. This is why today's workshop is so important. It is heartwarming for me to learn that the Department of Urban and Regional Planning of this great institution has brought forward a bold proposal for a standardized and harmonized land use classification system for Nigeria, made up of 208 clearly defined subclasses. This is not just a technical exercise, it is a practical solution to real problems. A system that is both human readable, machine readable, will allow planners, policymakers, investors, and government institutions to work with the same data, the same definitions, and the same understanding. I congratulate and commend the leadership of the university, the Dean of the Faculty of Environmental Services, and the head and members of urban and regional planning for bringing up this laudable and forward-looking proposal. It means that this institution must have been keeping a close watch on our administration's efforts in environmental development to have come up with this solution to a challenge that we probably had not realized we were facing. This is what we expect from our institutions of learning, to raise future leaders who can provide real-time solutions to the developmental challenges. In Lagos, we have been pursuing a digital revolution in land administration, shifting from old paper-based systems to an enterprise geographic information system, EGIS. This platform provides access to land data online, simplifies land title verification and application, and improves transparency for residents and investors alike, amongst other benefits. It builds on past reforms, automates critical processes, and drives efficiency in how land information is managed and shared across government agencies. But digital tools are only as powerful as the data that feeds them. That is why agreeing on a unified land use classification, such as the proposed 208 subclass system we are considering today, is so critical. A standard, clearly defined digital classification makes data interoperable, meaning systems can communicate, decisions can be made with confidence, and planning outcomes become more predictable and efficient. For Lagos State, this initiative aligns perfectly with our ongoing efforts to modernize land administration through digital platforms and data-driven governance. A unified land use classification will strengthen zoning, improve infrastructure planning, development control, support better housing delivery, and help preserve the unique identity of long-established communities, such as Ikoyi, Victoria Island, Surulere, and Ikeja, while guiding orderly development across the state and the nation as a whole. Therefore, I invite all of you today to join us in this transformative journey. Your participation and leadership in this initiative will be vital. With your support, we can lead Nigeria into a new era of spatial planning that integrates our resources, enhances efficiency, and promotes economic growth. I want us to work together to create consistency in our practices and pave the way for a smarter, more resilient Lagos and Nigeria at large. Thank you for being here today, and I look forward to your constructive recommendations. On this note, I hereby declare the workshop open.
Let's put our hands together for Mr. Governor. Thank you, sir. You may not step down, sir. We want you here, so if you don't mind, sir, you can just take your seat there so that we don't move you up and down in the middle. Thank you. Let's have our seats. We move on. I would like to invite Let me invite up on stage the Honorable Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development. Let's put our hands together for him to join the stage. Okay. To give, we want to teach our case presenters. Up on stage, our case presenters. Please join me as we let's put our hands together for the keynote address.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and let me most sincerely acknowledge each and every one of us here for coming. Your Excellency, the representative of the Governor of Niger State. Sorry, don't mind me because I'm from Niger State. Representative of the Governor of Lagos State. It's my pleasure to be here. In fact, my governor was in Lagos, I think, last week for a program on Dangote. And that's when they mentioned Dangote. Apart from what the MC said, my mind went to that trillion that he wants to spend the next 6 years. I hope this project will be part of it. So when you go back, maybe even though you're from the university, you can extend our sincere appreciation of his effort and ways that we can collaborate in solving some of these problems that we're trying to discuss. Thank you. I'm here to provide like a kind of sit-in for Professor Adam Ahmed, the Vice Chancellor, Ahmed Bello University Zaria, who has been consistent for a very long time as the chair of the NITP Top Rank Professional MCPDP for a very long time, and who for a very long time also has been very passionate about seeing how to improve planning practice in Nigeria. Because of his schedule, very tight, just taking over the mentorship of ABU Zaria. When this invitation came to me, we had a very lengthy discussion. And he raised some concerns, and that's why I want to make it open here. I'm happy we have about 2 or so past presidents here of NITP who are sitting very closely to each other. I'm happy that this is a good development. What the organizer or the facilitator, Professor Agumbiade, said in his opening remark, we should be frank, critical, but constructive. We are looking for change. We want to move. We want to make progress. This can only be done if we are very frank and then look at how do we move instead of working in silos. NITP, TOPRE, all professional bodies in the built environment, we need to work towards achieving the common goal of standardized data for informed decision making that will be practicalized and implemented, not just to be on the shelf or on the shelf. So what he raised was NITP really work on something to do with coding, which Alhaji mentioned. TOPREG is a regulatory body. So we need to see how can we make this practical, and then we work towards achieving the common goal. So he raised some of this concern for us to talk together, and I said, oh, inshallah, we'll convey this message here, and then I know with the facilitator will be able to do that. So let me add my own voice a little bit on that based on my discussion with him. Why are we here? Of course, the issue of standardized data for line classification, which will lead towards secure titling and then will aid in collaborative planning. This workshop is timely because it addresses a central issue in Nigeria's planning and land administration reform: how to move from fragmented digitization to coordinated, standardized, and legally grounded digital planning system. There is this common, I'm happy that we have so many permanent secretaries here. And by the way, I'm the permanent secretary, Niger Ministry of Land and Survey. And I'm also, I was the pioneer general manager of Niger State Geographic Information System. And this is the issue we are seeing almost every state creating GIS outfit. But are we really talking together to understand where are we heading? What is the objective beyond just digitalization? Land use classification and the Nigerian planning framework, it defines how land is allocated, regulated, and monitored. In Nigeria, this role is clearly recognized by Land Use Act and the Nigerian Urban Regional Planning Law, which provide for planning authorities to develop, control, and structure land use planning. As planning practice becomes digital, land use classification must also become digitally standardized so that it can be consistently applied across plan, permit, cadastral system, and land record. This has been mentioned. I'm happy the representative, Mr. Governor, happens to be a Sobio. This is an area. So we need to work as professionals, collaboratively, not in silos. This is the problem, and this is, I think, the essence of this gathering here. Planning, surveying, valuation, GIS, and land administration are place-based professions. Their effectiveness depends on working together within a shared spatial framework. When institutions and professionals work in silos, data is what? Duplicated, standard divert, cost increase, and decision become contested. A shared base map, a common land use classification, and interoperable GIS system are more economical, suitable, sustainable, and legally defensible. This is very important. The growing interest in GIS across Nigeria is obvious. We have seen it everywhere, and it's encouraging. However, GIS adoption must be guided by standard, governance, and not only by technology. So I think it's very important to look at how do we standardize this adoption everywhere, from Katsina GIS to Niger GIS to Lagos GIS to Kaduna GIS to Taraba GIS to all GIS everywhere. But are we taking to each other to understand how can we maybe make this thinking that we're doing towards digitalization to work towards common good? A functional spatial data infrastructure provides common land use classification framework, harmonized coordinate reference system, and standard rule for digitization, archiving, retrieval, analysis, display, and data sharing. Without SDI, GIS remain project-based and consultant-driven. With SDI, GIS become institutional infrastructure aligned with planning, law, and public administration. We must go beyond revenue. This is another issue. Why am I bringing all of this? Because we are trying this with a national workshop. What do we need to do to move? Most of the areas when you have GIS RFE everywhere, especially in Nigeria here, the first question is, we want to improve revenue. We have social land record, maybe in Lagos State. We have 200,000 or 1 million land record. Multiply by 50,000 every year, we get 30 trillion and so forth. But I think the objective is beyond that revenue. To us that are in this field, how do we, just like Professor Movie you mentioned here, sustainable development cannot be done without the good data. Your ability to achieve some of this decade, believe in me, is more important sometimes than even the revenue, because you can assess your level of implementation of some of these SDG. So there are so much to do beyond revenue that we need to understand and then get. So while GIS is often promoted for revenue generation, its deeper value lies in secure land titling and citizen empowerment. Hernando de Soto, in his influential work, The Mystery of Capital, argues that Western economies developed not simply because people own land, but because ownership was formally recognized through legally enforceable title. These titles transfer land from a physical asset into capital, capable of supporting credit, investment, security, and economic growth. In Nigeria, standardized GIS and digital land use classification provide the platform for valid, verifiable, and transferable land title. Secure title reduce dispute, improve security, strengthen planning legitimacy, and enable land to serve as productive economic asset rather than what? Dormant property. Most development goals are place-based. With common GIS standard, this is the most important thing which I think we need to look at. Somebody, I think we were discussing something last week about our achievement 2030. Where are we? How do we? It becomes an issue. Out of all the goals and the target, if we are to assess ourselves, you will see that we are lagging in so many areas. But most of these are place-based. With common GIS standard, government can objectively assess how many schools, hospital, road, borehole, dam, and other infrastructure exist, where they are located, and which communities remain underserved. It's not only about revenue. You can take a decision, display, okay, why do we have so many hospitals here? Why do we have outbreak of cholera here? Why do we have, these are issues that are place-based, which this kind of workshop is not only providing the classification, but is providing basis for us to share ideas, work together towards achieving some of these things. By unifying spatial data on infrastructure and services, state can measure performance, compare progress, share best practices, and monitor sustainable development goals more credibly. To my mind, and I think based on my discussion with Professor Ahmed, the essence of this workshop is for us to have collective thinking. For what? For collective solution. Because we are really looking for solution very, 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 in a hurry because of, time lag. We have waited for so long, like Professor, you mentioned, if you look at what happened 60, 80 years, and then the president talk about 10 years ago, we are now here. And I want to most sincerely pray that, like you also pray for us, not to meet again to talk about what this issue in 10 years again. Before coming on stage, somebody sent me a message here, and I want to share his thought, and I will mention his name here, Professor M.T. Usman. You might not know him, but he's one of the professors of remote sensor metrology from FUT Mina. And he said it is part of our duty, all of us, to be concerned because of this free application, Google Map, and so on and so forth. People can just go and download something, and then which you basis for planning. The idea of standardization that we're talking about today, land use classification, should be able to provide guide. Whatever you do is not just because you can download anything and work. No, we should have a standard framework of doing what is right to be able to achieve the common objective. And I think we're doing the right thing today. For some of us that are here, Professor Muyiwa, we have never met until yesterday, but we've been discussing about this problem of what? Of this fragmented way of working. And I promise I will be here, if for nothing, to let him know that he's not alone in this kind of thing. We must look for solution. And this solution must be the one that all of us will be comfortable with. And this competition, silos working, should stop so that we can get the desired result. Sustainable development cannot be achieved if we cannot measure our progress. It's a common saying which we all know. You can't manage what you can measure. And the most important thing is, how do you measure what you don't know? And we must understand that GIS is not about the cost. We are getting this thing very wrong. And I want to close by making this proposition here. We have a very simple way of understanding things. If Professor Moyoa will come with a solution that looks very simple and very cheap, the first question is, Kai, this won't work. It must be expensive. So if you want it to be expensive, talk in billions. But you come with a solution that 400 million, they will look at 400 million, about prop. How can this thing work? And it must be technically difficult to understand. for it to be accepted. So when you come with simple solution, no, this one can't work here. And we have forgotten that the most outstanding innovation in the world are very simple. Isaac Newton was sitting under a tree, mango fell, and he said, Newton, gravity. Archimedes was bathing in a bath, and he said, well, Archimedes' principle. Einstein, EMC square. These are simple things that are now global, and they are the standard. Now here, you will be asked, probe. But somebody will come from somewhere, and will do grammar, everything, and they will say 30 billion. This is good. My Oga, past President Kadiri will say 500 million. How about probe? 500 million is too much. So these are issues, to me, things doesn't have to be difficult, doesn't have to be too technically confusing, to be what? Empirical and testable and doable. We must change. I pray and hope we'll be able to achieve that. Thank you very much.
Let's put our hands once more for the Vice Chancellor's representative. That was quite a stimulating keynote. It just reminds me of one story in the Bible. As I'm seeing Professor Nubi, I remember the Bible. The man called Amma, a general in the army, who was leprous also, and had to go to, I think, Elijah or Elisha. And he was expecting that the prophet will come out and do something very complicated or ask him to go on 7 days fast. The prophet neither came out, saw him. He also did not ask him to do anything complicated. He only told him to go and bathe in one of the maybe low-life rivers there. And that was where his healing came. So we trust that what Professor Agumbi Ade is doing will also be in that light. Once more, let's put our hands together for the keynote speaker. Thank you so much, sir. So we move on in the program as we take the two cases we have from the United States and the country called Australia. We want to draw inspirations from what they've done there and see how this can be replicated, domesticating it culturally here in Nigeria. First to fire his shots, join me as I welcome Associate Professor Abi Oluyomi. Okay. All right, while they are still working on his slide, let me quickly recognize the presence of the Deputy Rector of Federal Polytechnic, Ilaro, in person of Town Planner Lukman Lasisi. Thank you very much. And also we have the head, Department of Urban and Regional Planning, University of Lagos, University of First Choice and the Nation's Pride. Join me as we make welcome Town Planner Professor Taufik Nyoda Salau.
Okay. Hello. Oh, hi. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I like to move my hands when I talk, but I'm just going to have to hold this. Let's say, thank you to Professor Agumbi Ade and the organizers of this event for inviting me. I want to say that I respectfully say a big ekaro to everybody. Good morning. They told me I have 15 minutes, and I'll try to keep it short. When I was introduced, they said that I was going to give a case study of the U.S. That may not be exactly what happens, but I will describe some of the observations I have had since I've been speaking with Professor Agunbiade about this talk today. Let me start with the fact that the objective of this presentation, of this workshop today, is to discuss, everything that you've been saying from the beginning. I am sure that, in fact, up until now, there have been various conversations and discussions around what needs to happen, and there will be more in the next few talks. So mine is going to basically talk about how and why I am here, which is why I have the first bullet, planning and public health. I would highlight a few concepts around planning and environmental health, and then have a slide or two about the fundamentals of land use classification, the way I'm not just me, we all see it. So the first thing I would like to say is, what about planning and public health? And I show this because I've been introduced. I am a professor. In fact, Professor Agunbiade would make fun of me because I'm a professor of medicine, but my first degree was in planning. So in fact, the first thing I had here was like, instead of the forever planner, I said, the prodigal son returns home, right? And then I had one of our professors in Ife would say, urban planning is jack of all trade, master of all. So I'm happy to be back. I'm happy to be in this ecosystem. It's been a while that I've been in a planning-centric space, so forgive me if I say things that are off, but I've been actually enjoying listening to the basics of why we do planning and so on and so forth. At the same time, my public health career is actually in environmental health. So you can see how there is a tight connection between planning and environmental health. So I decided to put this up. Some of these names we actually learned about in Ife as well. The fact that, in fact, planning and health, or public health, they've both been intertwined for many centuries. Now, in the 90s or so, 2000s, let's say, at least based on a lot of the research in public health in the US, we began to see another type of reconnection between planning and environmental and public health. And I put some examples here of areas where that's happening, like in transportation planning and the connections between that and health or well-being or physical activity behaviors. And these are also areas where I work. And in terms of, we've had people talk about, some of our esteemed guests talk about climate change and population explosion and the likes. So you don't have to think too far to connect planning and the need for sound planning with health. We don't always say it. I've been listening for it since I got here. I've heard planning and sustainable development, but I've not heard planning and health. But in fact, we all know they're very much intertwined. So I put these examples up, and I put a map of land use from Houston, Texas, where we worked on a project with two separate or different neighborhoods, one with completely, I don't have the labels, I'm sorry, but the one to the left is all residential land use. So the entire subdivision is just residential, and the one to the right is more mixed use. They've got residential, commercial, and all these other things. And the value of doing land use classification well can be observed in terms of knowing that if I'm thinking about promoting wellness and health, the way I would do it in the one to the left would be different from the way I would do it in the one to the right, and so on and so forth. I also get involved in emergency preparedness. So for example, if you're thinking about, we have a project now where we're thinking about community resilience, right? So if we're going to put things in place for community resilience in a purely residential subdivision, we have to think about it differently than we would in a mixed-use subdivision. So this first aspect of my talk is to essentially highlight the fact that, one, I'm happy to be back here in this space. Two, to talk about which we all know, connections, the tight connections between planning and health, and to give examples of some of the areas where land use classification is going to be critical to how you would do health. So the next phase, which is literally moving into the U.S. situation with land and land use, but I wanted to address it from an environmental health perspective. So it's mainly applications, right? Because a lot of what we'll talk about today are going to be conceptual. How do you actually do land use? I'm talking about it in terms of how does land use fit into environmental health learnings, right? So I went specifically to the EPA. The EPA is the Environmental Protection Agency, which we have one here, a similar FEMA. I think we call it FEMA, right? FEMA. So within EPA, because the focus is to protect human health and the environment, they came up with these 23 areas of trend information that are critical to the nation. And they organize these 23 areas into articles or elements within 5 domains. Now, I showed this, I put the domain in like a cycle because they have land as one of the domains, which for planning and planners is not fair. I don't think it's fair. So they have a bunch of questions. There are many questions under each domain. So what I did was to say, okay, well, this is the way I think this should look. That in fact, if you're thinking about how, I have the example. So what are the trends in outdoor air pollution? That actually is affected by how you classify land. So to me, land is central to all the other elements and all the other questions that are being asked, right? So if you have a purely industrial, let's say industrial land use, and you have a bunch of them in a subdivision, the pollution in that area will be different from areas where you don't have that. So land, and I think it just highlights the significance and the importance of planning and planners in ways that we may not even think about it. And definitely others are not necessarily thinking about it. So I took the liberty of creativity to put not just land, but then the land use. Put a little circle inside the land as the elemental structure that we need, right? Which I think that's why this is so critical, what we're talking about today. Because land itself is land, and I have another slide that will talk a little bit about that. But in essence, what I'm trying to say is that, in fact, if you're thinking about environmental health, human health and environmental health, land use is an essential component of how you do it right? So that's the other thing I wanted to. So I talked about coming home, and then I talked about looking at it from an environmental health perspective. And the last thing I'm going to show is just, what about land use classification? And I have the fundamentals, which is not the fundamentals, because you're going to get the fundamentals from people that know a lot about this more than I do. So I thought about it. When we're talking about land use, we start with the land, right? So I say going back to the basics, right? So what is land? And a lot of people have talked about it today. Land, what is land? Well, we're standing on one right now. It's land, right? And in many ways, everything we do happens in and on land. And this is also actually coming from the EPA, by the way. So the EPA actually has a section where they talk about the domains, including land, of course, and then they have this description. And if you think about it, those are the things we get from land: extractable resources, renewable commodities, spaces for human activities. But because we're doing these things in space, they're almost always changing because it's in space and time. So we have to constantly think about the items to the right. What types of resources are being extracted? What amounts of waste are managed, and so on and so forth. So that's applicable anywhere you go in the world. These two things, these two columns would apply in the US as they would in Nigeria, Australia, or UK, or the UK. In the case of the US, which is where it starts to get down to what we're talking about today. So in terms of use cases, Professor Aguirre and I have talked about this, right? So the US is actually probably not the best place to talk about land use classification the way it should really be done. And they actually, they acknowledge that. The EPA actually acknowledges that. And I have a bullet that would show that. So I put this up to show, for example, the fact that 40%, approximately 40% of the land owned is owned by public agencies in the US. And then 60% is owned by private owners in a variety of federal, state, and local laws that govern what they can do. But in fact, the local laws are the most significant aspects of managing land in the US. So in Texas where I live, Houston where I live, the land use classification, if we call it, in fact, the city of Houston actually doesn't really have a planning department, but they have a development planning department. So it's really driven by business in terms of what you can do on land. But there is a regional entity, which I have here. It's called the Houston Galveston Area Council of Government. It's 9 counties. The map actually shows you there are 13 counties, which are like local governments, that make up the HGAC. We call it the HGAC. Of the 13, 8 are metro counties. So the remaining are not metro. Now, I put this up because I want to highlight some of the challenges that even we have out there that the U.S. has, in Houston, that what we're doing here today may actually surpass what is happening in the Houston area. So the metro area has this classification. They've got 11 land use classes, which are the higher classes, and then they have subclasses as well. The empty local governments or counties don't have organized land use classification systems, which is why HGAC doesn't. They're just empty, right? They're just white, partly because they are mostly rural, right? So, but for the areas that have them, they're organized, they're done appropriately, and they even do forecast. So I show these two maps as an example. So if I can get this right, see that this area is industrial. That's a lot of refineries. Some of the biggest refineries in the world are actually located right here in Houston. Compared to what we have now, this is the current land use, that's 2045. So clearly there is a forecast that that's going to expand, right? But they're able to do the forecast because they have what we're talking about here today, an organized land use classification system that's in place that can be used to project into the future. So, but that said, it looks good for the places that have it, but there are still challenges. And this is also observed by the EPA and other entities locally, that in fact, despite the things that are happening, we still have problems. And by we, I mean in Houston area, in the HGAC area in the US. And the EPA, which is a national entity, was quick to observe that land use records are not maintained statewide or nationally as they are in other nations. That's a verbatim text from the EPA. So indeed, well, if we can do what we're saying here today for Nigeria, we would have actually done better than what the US has, nationally speaking. Of course, if you go local, then they have what they have, right? So there is that as a challenge that we still have. I showed this map as a way to kind of put things in perspective. So the map I showed earlier for the HGAC is the red area. So that's the red area. Everything else, so that's Texas, that's the state. Those are the 13 counties that make up HGAC. There are 254 counties in Texas. So 13 out of those 254 had the land use classification, and even not the 13, 8 had it, right? But that land use classification for that area, that red area, doesn't apply to other parts of Texas. They have their own, but it's not the same, right? So it may overlap, but it's not coordinated, right? So I didn't want to come here and say, oh yeah, no, it's not perfect. It's actually got problems as well. And then some of the things that were also observed in terms of challenges were the fact that, like I was saying, different classification across Texas, measurement approaches may be different. What's the unit of analysis? Like in the Houston-Galveston area, the map I showed earlier, they use the pursuit as a unit of assessment, right? So, so we have problems, issues that we're working through. But I think if we can do what we're talking about here today, even if it's statewide, especially if it's national, then it would be fantastic. So I end with this, I call it epilogue. I'm not sure that's actually accurate, but a parting statement, so to say, that in fact, I saw this quote and I like it. It's space is an essential framework of all modes of thought, right? Anything you're thinking about actually exists in space. And it's almost philosophical, you know, but at the end of the day, space fulfills functions, right? Like where we are now, we're in a space, right? And we're fulfilling a function. And functions should define use, right? And I think that's the last thing I would say. But I kind of ran through this, and I think I went over by like 4 minutes anyways. But thanks for the opportunity to talk, and thanks for welcoming me back home. I think I'm going to get an ITP membership after this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can put our hands together for him. So I think it's so heartwarming that if we get it right, the US will come and learn from us. And that makes it more imperative for us to do what we have to do so that we can actually set the pace in the global society. Now that is the US experience. We move straight to the Australia case, and to do justice to that, join me as I make welcome Dr. Kayode Adeyemi.
Good morning, everyone. I have many of my guys sitting here this morning, and I don't want to offend anyone. I come from a faraway land, so I'm not too familiar with all the people here. I will have tried my possible best to recognize everybody. Please pardon me, I cannot go through all that now, but there is a particular person here I want to recognize. Before I go to him, I want to thank you for inviting me for this presentation. Thank the organizers, especially Professor Muiwa Agumbiade. We used to be together in Australia as planner before he came to Nigeria to accept the job at Unilag. Especially, I want to recognize my Oga, Patapata at the top, Alagi White Kadri. He was the one that actually gave me employment as a land use planner, not as a town planner at Moshood Abiola Polytechnic. So he was one of those that actually tapped into this land use matter before we all started running around about it. He employed me. My background was in estate management, and he employed me to the Department of Urban and Town Planning at Moshood Abiola Polytechnic. Then I was the only land use person in that department, in the midst of 8 town planners. So when I wanted to go for my master's degree, and I went to him, I said, Oga, I want to go and do my master's in urban and regional planning, in estate management. And he said, Kayode, what else do you want to learn in estate management that you've not been taught during your first degree? They'll just be teaching you the same thing. Why don't you go for town planning? So that was why I ended up being a town planner. I went to UI for my master's in town planning. So we are marrying land use development and town planning together. I wanted to query Professor Agumbiade that you organized this kind of event. You didn't invite any professional land use planner. Everyone here is a town planner. Yeah, okay. With due respect, sir. I didn't know you here. So I would love to talk about the Australian experience in land use planning. Sorry, I need to get this thing. Okay. Okay, I can use this also. Yep, I know. So before I go into details about Australia, I first want to give us a background, which I'm sure every one of us here is familiar with. What is land use planning? System of categorizing land based on its current use. We are all familiar with the ones in Nigeria and many parts of the world: residential, industrial, transportation, agriculture, and all that. Then how is land use classification done? It's an hierarchical system. It has a multi-layer level. Data will have to be collected either through satellite imagery or through field survey. Satellite imagery will be remote sensing, such as the one used to create land use and land use cover maps. Then field survey, which you are also very familiar with. I've done that a lot when I was teaching at the Polytechnic Abeokuta, and when collecting data for various projects. Then let's come to the Australian experience. In Australia, we operate a confederacy, just like in Nigeria, the federal, state, and local. There's a similarity here in that most of the planning and land use policies were developed at the federal level. And we expect the state to then tap into that and develop their own so that there will be consistency, which I understand from my discussion with Professor Agumbiade that is the main purpose of this particular workshop, so that there will be consistency across the country in how we define land uses and how we classify them, so that when we are talking about a particular use in Lagos, we can easily identify it in any other part of the country, in any other state. So in Australia, we have what is called the Australian Land Use and Management Classification. That is what system. The Australian land is called ALOM, but the meaning Australian Land Use and Management Classification. It's developed at the federal level, but each state is expected to get their classification from what has been done at the federal level. So that is what Victoria does. Victoria is a state in Australia, the second largest state in terms of population in Australia. And like other states, we have to follow what is presented at the national level. And to manage that, the Victoria government uses what we call the Victoria Land Use Information System. Is VLUIS, is a GIS system that captures what has been done at the federal level, then cascade it down to the state level. Then each local government is expected to develop their land use classification. I'm tempted to use their land planning scheme, but Professor Agumbade warned me earlier that I should not delve much into the planning scheme aspect until probably touch on it briefly at the end of the presentation. So this system, to manage the Victoria Land Use geographical, I deliberately use geographical, it's not on this slide, information system. There is another body in Victoria, it's called Land Use Victoria, which is a division of the Department of Transport and Planning. I used to work for that division. So it's managed by that particular organization, Land Use, called Land Use Victoria, purposely to manage land and their classification in Victoria. And the kind of classification they use is hierarchical. And there are three core components to that. The land use component, the land cover component, and the land tenure component. The land use component is basically talks about how the land is committed. Is it agriculture, is it for housing, or for any particular purpose? Then the land covers is a little bit different. It has to do with the physical surface of the earth. Is it covered by vegetation, soil, water bodies, or any form of built environment? For example, when you are talking about classification under agriculture, we see later, if you want to consider the land cover system, you have to consider the pasture and the vegetation cover will be used in classification, which is different from the one we generally use, commercial, industrial, all that. You have to consider the land cover. Then you have the tenure system, where the interest in the land is usually considered in the classification. In Nigeria, in Victoria, the land is usually either public land or government owned. It's called crown land or private land. For the Nigerian system, if I may mention, we classify land as freehold, leasehold, and things like that. The primary land use categories in Victoria, the ALOM classification typically groups land uses into 6 general categories. And these general categories are ones we are all very familiar with. So you can see that there are things that are common to Victoria and Australia generally and Nigeria. The only difference might be in the way we implement some of these policies based on land use proposals or framework. So we have the residential. I don't want to bore anyone here by saying this is what residential means. I'm very confident, 100% confident that everyone sitting here knows what all these, I've just mentioned it, residential, commercial, industrial, agricultural, transportation, recreational, mixed uses, which is basically area that combine several of the aforementioned categories. And a very familiar example is given there, where you have, in a residential area, you have accommodation upstairs, and you have like a shop or retail premises downstairs. Sorry, Mr. Operator. Something is. Can you get me back to the slides? Okay. Thank you. So, in Australia generally, after considering what we have in the alum, then each state is expected to develop their land use classification that will go into their planning scheme. Based on that, as I mentioned earlier, for purpose of easy understanding, I lifted this nesting from the Victoria planning provisions. I didn't want to do anything different, just to show that this is how the classifications are made in Australia. But if you look at all these classifications, you see that they are very similar to the ones we have in Nigeria, except that in the difference in culture that give rise to difference in the way we use land. Some of, like, we get to the sport and recreational classification, the kind of sport they do here, there are not the kind of sports we do here and things like that. So in our own classification, there will be different things there. If you, for example, let's have a look at the nesting under the accommodation group. You can see the first layer, accommodation, the second layer, which is subgroup on this particular column. Then you have the last column there. Under accommodation, we see camping and caravan, corrective institutions. I don't know, we might not have that here. Dwelling, group accommodation, host farm. I'm not sure we have that in Nigeria. Residential aged care facilities. So residential aged care facilities is a subgroup of accommodation. From what I heard, we are trying to bring up all these residential aged care facilities in Nigeria at the moment. So in future, when we do classification, we have to consider some of what we have here. I'm trying to pinpoint the differences. Residential aged care facility, host farm, we have residential building, residential village. I can see we have the retirement village. We don't have that in Nigeria. It's something we should be planning for the future. But for cultural reasons, we are very reluctant to use those kind of classification. Small second dwelling, these are still under dwelling. Then bed and breakfast, we have that. Caretaker's house, I can say in a way we have that one too. Community accommodation, residential hotel, rooming house, rural worker accommodation, we have a form of that. If you go to the agriculture group, you see that we have differences in the way we practice our agriculture in Australia and in Nigeria. Under agriculture, we have animal husbandry, aquaculture, crop raising. We have all that, the first major subgroup and the first major group and the subgroups. But if you go into the practices themselves, then the next level of subgrouping, there will be some differences. If you look at, in many parts of the north, us husbandry is done in a way. This is absent, obviously, like what I said earlier, in the kind of sports we do, raising dogs. is a separate industry which has its own land use classification. We have horticulture, rice growing, somewhere timber. Under animal production, in the next slide, that's why it is put here, see separate diagram for the subgroup. We will come that with the next slide. Domestic animal boarding, I don't think we are doing that here, where you have like a hotel accommodation for animals, especially dogs and cats. Yes. If you see the hotels, that some dogs or cats lodge in, you will marvel that our people will say, "Èèyàn tí ráyè sùn, ajá ń horun." Exactly what you get there. Very comfortable for these animals. It usually happens when their owners are going like on a trip, vacation, and they don't want to bring all these dogs and cats along. They just put them in a hotel and pay. They are even more expensive. The hotels that human beings stay in. Then we have horse stables. Horse stables are in the north and some parts of the south. I'm very sure of that. Dog grazing, I've never seen that any part of Nigeria. There's a particular land use classification there, as you can see, that designated as odd market gardening. That is, we are familiar with that also. In the next slide, yeah, in the previous slide I was talking about agriculture, that there's a particular subgroup of architecture. If you, okay, this is the agriculture grouping. We have animal husbandry, animal production, just to link it with the previous slide. So that is the subcategories: grazing, animal, piggery, poultry farm. We have all that. Yeah, cattle feed lot. I'm sure we have all that in Nigeria. But I put this particular one here so that we can see that we can further. There are further subgrouping under most of these major groupings. Let me just go back a bit and point out what I was trying to say. Okay, what we have here, you see, animal production. See separate diagram for the subgrouping of animal production. So that separate diagram is actually this one. Then it comes under agricultural growth, subgroup of animal production. Then the education center. We have child care. We have in Nigeria employment training center, primary school, secondary school. These are exactly the same way we have them in Nigeria. So we can see the similarities there. Then this is the industry group. We are all very familiar with almost everything here. Industry, under industry, you have material recycling, refuse disposal. This is an area, we know the classification, but we still need to put a lot of work in refuse disposal in Nigeria, especially in our big cities like Lagos and Ibadan. I don't want to embarrass anyone, so let me just skip that. Research and development, we have that. Rural industry, you will see that there are things that are very familiar with us in Nigeria. They basically do the same land use classification. The main difference is in this application. That you can designate someone, a particular land as residential, and before you wake up, it's been demolished and the kind of other land use is put inside. So we move to leisure and recreation. We don't want to waste much time on all these classifications. We are familiar with them. Just to to show examples of what we do there and what we have in Nigeria. So I will skip the next 2 slides. They are still doing nesting of land uses, offices and all that. So let me go to functional use of land use classification. We can't just be doing land use classification without knowing what we want to gain from it. We have to, at the end of the day, we have to say, what are the uses? What are we gaining from it? What do we have to understand to actually spur us to do this classification the way we want it? For simplification, I classify those land use the classification into two broad functional uses. That is land use for planning and urban for planning and land use planning and urban planning. That is we every one of us here will fall in that category. That is the most important reason why we are here. How can we do land use classification for the for land use planner and town planners to really understand and really implement at the sub-level, state and local government level. Then the other use, the second use actually is for overall economic use and planning, which that one does not concern most of us here mainly. We have input into it, but the one that concerns us is the first group, first classification there. The first classification, I mentioned this briefly for the purpose of land use planners and town planners. Basically guides us in developing zoning for land, overlays, zoning overlays. I don't know if to go into what is called overlay at the moment, but okay, let me leave that because Professor Agumbade want me not to go into planning scheme. So planning information also, it helps us in planning information. It guides development of various plans, master plan, development plan, structure plan, strategic plan. There could be another workshop organized for that particular one, the different types of plans, what are their differences. There's a lot of confusion here from my experience, what is different between master plan, development plan, but let's leave that for another day. Then it can be also useful in input to planning scheme, which I've mentioned briefly earlier. Without a proper classification of land uses, we cannot have a functional planning scheme. Without a functional planning scheme, you cannot have a well-planned environment. You cannot even implement our planning policy guidelines and all that without a functional planning scheme. And land use classification is very key to the development of planning scheme. Then it can be used to monitor change, urban sprawl, deforestation, and other landscape transformation over time. For the second classification that I mentioned earlier, that this one does not really concern us too much, but we need to just mention it here. For economic analysis, environmental management, some of us are involved in that, resource allocation, taxation policy, then social economy functions. So then the next slide, I'm short of time. Then the significance of land use classification. In one way or the other, I mentioned most of these things, but let me just pick them in summary. It's used, land use term generally categorize how land is utilized. Residential, commercial, mentioned that earlier. It is defined within planning scheme to guide development and manage resources. I'll urge Professor Agumbiade to go into that as a separate workshop, after we have sorted out this issue of land use classification, then we can go into what aspect of our planning scheme can we put them to use, how they can be incorporated into the planning scheme So that the planning scheme is like the law. I'm not sure, I may be wrong, that any local government or state in Nigeria, we have a planning scheme. I think that's one of the problems we have with land use classification and urban planning and development generally. Without a properly defined planning scheme, development will be haphazard, and the result will be what we are having all over our big cities and other small cities. Then, it's an important tool for sustainable development, ensuring that land resources are managed wisely to balance economic needs with environmental protection. It helps with planning, resource management, mentioned earlier, land use zoning, mentioned in the previous slide, policy analysis, often at local, national, or international level. I'll end my presentation by saying we talk about developed countries. We think they have the best system, they have the best system. But if you look at their documentations, the already existing policies and framework that they are using to have what we consider as very fantastic, beautiful cities, we have similar things in Nigeria already. Might not be exactly the same, but we have similar policies, similar classification, as you can see, but the problem is in the implementation. We have to actually get some benefit in land use classification we are talking about. We have to be diligent, we have to follow the rules, and it has to be very clear to everybody. There should be a system of sanctions for people, even for states that don't comply with the classification designated at the national level. States try to deviate from them. There was actually a sanction of fine, millions of fines, because the local government that tried to deviate from that classification refused a planning permit for someone because of that, and that person went to the planning ground that this classification is not supposed to be used because it's not consistent with the national one. The local government was fined heavily for that, and they had to go back and ask the local government to give the person the permit that was initially approved. It had to approve it with apology and payment of fines. So thank you very much. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for him. I would have loved to ask if that local government or that state is in the same political party with the national government. Okay. Thank you so very much for those two case studies. We are drawing inspirations from them, and I'm sure by the time we put together our own, it will be better, it will be simpler, and we will achieve the goal for which we are gathered here. It's about time for group photographs. So I would call on our guest. I don't know, photographer. So you have to arrange us. We'll still use this backdrop for, yes. Okay, keynote speaker. He just stepped out. Okay, whilst we wait for him, so the order of photograph, I think these three tables in front can be accommodated here. Am I right? Okay, professionally assist me. Okay, keynote speaker, can you join them up on stage for the first round of group photograph? Okay, so just follow the prompting of the photographer. Just follow the prompting of the photographer. Yes. I'm going to call you today. Go. Our ladies, please go up. The ladies should go up. The ladies should go up, please. Yes. The ladies should go up, yes. While we are still taking the group photograph, we want to recognize the presence of the General Manager LASPA of Town Planner Kendi Oshunaike. Sir, you are welcome. Please join the photograph session. Yes, join the photograph session. And also, the president of Atocom, please join the photograph session. Oh, sorry. Dangote, please. I think the other way. Thank you so very much for that photography session. Let's please have our seats. As we go to our seats, I want to invite the commissioner for his message. The commissioner for physical planning and urban development. Let's put our hands together for the commissioner.
Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. It's an honor once again to be here, and I think we have been charged, and I personally have noted a very, very strong point today, which is the fact that 10 years ago, this idea was mooted, and today again, we are still talking about it. and following Prof's challenge that in 10 years' time we should be talking of the full implementation, understanding, and the use of land use classification. And of course, like you know, we have been in constant discussion with Professor Agubiade. We in Lagos State, we have already started putting plans along that direction. We always take the lead and we shall not disappoint. So on this note, I want to say a big congratulations to the Prof, and that, like they say, the reward for hard work is more work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. I'm sure the professor and the Department of Urban and Regional Planning, they are a team of dedicated, committed, hardworking people, and I'm sure the department is well positioned to transform Lagos State for the better. Now it's time for our tea break. Please just remain seated. There will be some light music. The ushers will come around to direct us so that the place is not clumsy. So light music, please, as we have our tea break. And also, please, what we have just done is very. We've done the talk shop. After the tea break is the workshop proper. We will see what we've been talking about, real life, real time. So please, after tea break, oblige us your time and presence. Thank you very much. Excellencies, gentlemen, if you are still having tea break, you may just be at the wrong side of the law.
Hello, where you want to send them to?
If you have anything in front of you that looks like food,
Yes, Mario. Just send them a bit.
all right, let's quickly round up so that we'll enter the presentation proper. For those who are still having their tea break, we just crave your indulgences to quickly round up in the next 5 so we could start. Thank you. Welcome back from tea break. And we are entering session 2, that is developing a standardized land use schema for Nigeria. We will appeal to those of us standing to please take our seats as we are entering into the crux of the matter. And those who are outside this ballroom, please make your way in so that you don't miss any session. In the next 20 minutes, we will be listening to a presentation on developing a standardized land use schema for Nigeria. It's the design of classification tables, hierarchy levels, and metadata management for harmonization. Gentlemen and ladies, join me as we listen to Professor Muyiwa Agunbiade in the next 20 minutes on this. If our hands are not busy, let's put our hands together for him as he makes his way to the rostrum.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be standing in front of you this afternoon. And I want to start my presentation by acknowledging and thanking you so much for this honor that I called on you and that you are here. You've not left this whole thing on my shoulders alone. You not only come, you supported financially, morally, emotionally, advisedly, or whatever. Spiritually, I thank all of you. Now, I want to give you a brief background to what led to all this. Dr. Abdullah, I'm going to use some Hausa language here. Okay. All the Turanci that will be speaking here. Okay. Before, I just want to share why are we talking, why the whole event. About 7 years ago, I was on sabbatical leave. I went to Australia for my sabbatical leave. So they were talking about how to compare cities and countries of the world about the performance of SDG. And then it came to the fore that we're actually not comparing apple for apple in terms of using the indicators. And then there was then that need for us to develop something that will have contextual and conceptual meaning to all the parameters and the indicators for measuring the performance of SDG. That was how the whole thing started. And the director of that center now approached me that we'll be going to Washington, D.C., that will I be able to represent Africa's views there? I said, no problem. I will represent Nigeria, I will represent Africa. Interestingly, I was the only black man in that room. And it dawned on me that we are far, far, far away. Not because we are not intelligent. And I keep saying it every opportunity I have. I tell people around me, my students, my colleagues, that an average Nigerian standing like this is 10 times more intelligent than your contemporary white man. Do you agree with me? But why is it that we are not maximizing, we minimize our brain? Why do you have to minimize our brain? So, I then took it upon myself. Let me develop this land use classification as a building block. That is why we even have to start. Just like I said in my opening remark, how do you start building a house without blocks? How do you build a house without a foundation? We see things when we move around. We go to Dubai, we go to Doha. Oh, beautiful places, interesting. And thank God, the two case studies actually alluded to that. That if you get it right, they will come back here to learn from us. And I'm telling you this. I might be standing before you as I remember one conference that I was there and I said, oh, the only thing that made this conference international is because I'm here, because I was the only black there. Now, we are here, brilliant brains, powerful people, intelligent people. Can't we come together and just come as a force so that they can learn from us? So, Abby was with me in DC one day, and they were talking about Guinea GDP or Guinea GDP. Have you heard of that thing? And there were experts the so-called expert in World Bank and all that seated there. So they broke us into syndicate room like this, and I was one of the syndicate rooms. You cannot believe it. I was the one from my geography and my planning background teaching them Gini coefficient, international expert, World Bank international expert. And here you begin to wonder, okay, so is it that I don't even know my value to the extent that when we talk among ourselves, like we don't really recognize ourselves, we don't value ourselves, we don't value what we have. So I'm appealing to you, just like I said initially, whatever I'm going to discuss here today, take it with plain mind. Somebody once told me, the argument thing you are talking about, I don't know it, and I don't want to know. I can't understand what you are saying, so I won't understand. So I refuse to, I avoid you. I refuse to learn. I refuse to know what you are talking about. Please don't do that today. Please listen. It is not difficult. It's very simple. So that we lay foundation that people will come all over the world to learn from us. The Oyibo people, they've made several mistakes. We were there. Dr. Adeyemi told you, I ran away from Australia. Let me put it that way. People keep asking me, why are you in Nigeria? Because I know we are intelligent and we need to get it right. Now, I will just run through some of the slides, and then if you have enough time, we'll do some demo. The first one will be general introduction, which we are doing presently, and then we'll talk about conceptual issues. And the next one will be on land use classification standardization, and then why it all matters, why it matters. Then section 4 will be on land use classification adoption in Nigeria. How do we adopt this thing? So that the prediction of Professor Numbu will not come to pass. We will not be talking in another 10 years about land use classification again. You know, even in the next 1 or 2 years, we will not be talking about land use classification. We'll be talking of something else, because when Dr. Adeyemi was making his presentation, he was skipping some things. Because even that is where we are going. We are just talking, all these land use things we're talking about is just the building block. What about the product to get from it? So we really need to follow the sequence. So we don't have to waste too much time on land use classification. After you have seen it today, make your comment, we revise it, then follow the procedure and let this thing go. Then we can move on to the next stage. We are talking about planning scheme and some other things, then we'll move on to that stage. Then when we're not talking about AI, now all of us, I've attended several conferences this year alone. And if you are doing a conference and don't put AI there, maybe people will know you are not contemporary. People will look at you, what are you talking about? But how do you get to that level? You cannot be any AI. I kept saying this when we were talking about smart city. Remember the last wave was smart city. When people are talking about smart city, I say you can't be any smart cities if you don't do the needful. So that is what we'll be talking about, the implementation. Now, land use and land cover. They represent distinct but complementary dimensions. People use them interchangeably, but they are actually different. So when you say land cover, it's actually the physical, observable, and biophysical materials. So essentially what he's talking about is what physically covers the land. If you are looking at it from satellite image, what you see, without reading any meanings of it, without just what you see, the land, that is land cover. Now, land use is about the function of the socio-economic activities happening within that space. So, what is that land being used for? That is what it means, land use. So the difference between, or the distinction between land cover and land use is that one is just the physical thing that you see, especially from satellite imagery. We want to analyze satellite image, and for people who are good in remote sensing, we understand what I'm talking about. And then land use is all about the functional use of that space. Now, this is where it's getting interesting. What, like Dr. Adeyemi said, most of these things we are talking about, piece and bits of it here and there. But the only thing we are requesting at this stage is for us to structure it. Let's structure this thing, let's get it right. So, and there is a logic. If you don't follow that logic, it will break down. In the process of classifying, grouping, and all that. If you don't have a logic that is guiding us, it will break down. So what I have done is to borrow from taxonomy in biology, and then object-oriented programming in computing, and then use that one and graft it on what Dr. Adeyemi presented on nested clustering. I will take time to explain some of these basic things. It's not too technical. It's just that you just have to follow, and like I said initially, have open mind so that you can accommodate this. So land use classification, I said, is a building block. It forms the foundation of physical planning. I'm telling you, if you don't get it right, we will struggle with it. It provides systematic basis for describing and mapping how land is utilized. These are basic things that we need to know. It provides platform to prevent inconsistent and incompatible data. Now, Lagos State government, sorry, my people from the north, I'll be using Lagos State as a sample so that at least you can relate with it. It's happening everywhere. I had a discussion with you yesterday about Niger State. It's the same thing everywhere. Now, Lagos State government has spent so much money, billions and billions, I can't remember, since the past 20 years, about model city plans, GIS. There was time they called it enterprise GIS. Now, okay, it's the EGIS now. There was NAGIS, or there was one NAGIS. A lot of things has happened in the past. I remember there was a time I wrote the former governor, Fashola, that the approach you are using, this thing will not give us any result. I was shocked that he actually read my email and forwarded it to the commissioners then. That was about 15 years ago. And exactly what I predicted 15 years ago is actually what is happening now. There is no way you can build something on nothing. It is not logical. Until we realize that we have to build something on something, then we are not going anywhere. We'll just be marking time. 2 steps forward, 4 steps backward. And then there won't be no movement. Okay. Now, Lagos, like I said, Lagos State government did a lot of maps, a lot of plans, model city plans and all that. None of them is talking to each other. If there's anybody who think there is a contrary opinion, let me know. I said, I'm not here as a lecturer today. I'm here to rub minds with you so that we can make whatever we are proposing, we can make it better. But the reality is, in fact, there was a time I engaged one of my students to get all the past model city plans, and we attempted bringing them together. We could not bring them together. Is that there is a difference in format? Is that there is a difference in scale? Is that there is a difference in the technology used in terms of the software used? So many things different. And above all, the classification, none of them is talking to each other. So just like Alhaji Kadri said initially, when we started the Kosofe Model City Plan, I called them. I was appointed as project manager by the project director. And I said, we need to talk through this land use classification. Otherwise, whatever we are doing cannot stand the test of time. We had a session like this for maybe half a day, and I explained some of these things to them. Initially, it was hard. I remember when I made the first presentation at 1090p, and I said, hotel is accommodation. I know if I was, you can tear me apart that day. What are you talking about? This is blasphemy. Well, how can you say hotel is accommodation? Thank God you saw the nested clustering as displayed by Dr. Adeyemi today, that hotel is actually under accommodation. And for your information too, the Nigerian Building Code put hotel under accommodation. So when you then call it commercial, or you say it's hospitality, you are just causing confusion. So the essence of this thing is, let's have a unified, a standardized, a codified, that you have digital value, so that when you will now want to, that is machine readable, and then you want to do any analysis or interpolation on it, it then becomes very easy. So now, classification is more than categorization. That's what I put on the screen. It is something, it has conceptual meaning. And that meaning, again, maybe there will be another session for deeper understanding of all these things. when we go into the realm of semantics and ontology in programming, then you begin to understand why you have conceptual meaning for every object. But we won't go into that today. So, classification is beyond just categorization. So, it means there's a relationship, behavior, constraint, and functions embedded in it. 2, a modern taxonomy must integrate multiple logics. Now, there is a logic of hierarchy. There is a logic of function. So there is functional logic, there is hierarchical logic, there is a spatial logic, there is regulatory logic, and then there is a digital ontological logic. Again, we're not going into details of all this, but I'm just trying to say that whatever you have, the 200 and for information, when we get to that stage, you can begin to scan the QR code on your tables so that it will take you to the land use classification. You can have copies of it. The 208 thing that people have been talking about, you will have access to it. So you scan the QR code in front of you, and you have the full complement of the classification. Then, so that we can discuss it when you get to that stage. Now, the third one, I said classification must be both human readable and machine readable. So there is no way you say you want to do AI or smart cities or digital twin. Again, that's another terminology now. When I'm each time I go back to my former school, they always tell me to be like illiterate. After 2-3 months, they have done something different again. So I go back to the center and I saw they took me to 3D lab. The place is like half of this place. The whole wall was screen. And then they can actually simulate what is happening out there, just like what is happening in Lagos Island. And you can see everything on the screen. How vehicles are moving, trains are moving. Because when you say OIT, Internet of Things, IoT, all those things, all these big torrent shit that we speak, when you see it at work, you'll be amazed. It looks like science fiction. You will not believe that this is real. And you see things happening to the extent that that's why when they say digital twin, what they're actually saying is they want the real life to impact virtual world, and they want the virtual world to impact real world by combinations of cameras, sensors, and all that. And it is real. It's not fiction. Okay. So classification must be machine readable. So if you rely on a conventional way of doing classification, color coding, it will not take us anywhere because there will be differences. The way you color your green, there will be variation. I will even show you what you are seeing on the screen. If you come and look at my screen, it's slightly different because of the pigmentation and the resolution. But one thing is not different. The value, the digital value cannot be different. I don't know whether you are following that illustration. It could appear if you look at this printing, you look at the left side, you notice that you have this yellow band. Can you notice? On the backdrop banner. The depth of the green on the right side is faded. I mean, it's deeper than the left side. There will always be that variation. But if you go to the digital object, the value is the value. It will never change. And that is exactly where we are going. That's what we are proposing in this case. So that when you say residential, one thing for us to agree on the classification, then the next thing to agree is the codification in terms of value that we attach to each of those different subclasses. So, and then finally I said classification is a governance tool, meaning that it influences the way we do our zoning because we are going to do some clustering. You heard Dr. Adeyemi when he said they took one local government to court because maybe the classification, the basis for the decision of the local government contradicts the recognized classification. And on the basis of that, you can go to court and challenge it. But we do anything we do here, we are the Alpha and Omega. If your client come, you just harass each other and then it goes its own way. Yeah. So it affects zoning, it affects taxation, infrastructure planning, a lot of things. So it is a governance tool. So it depends on how the government uses it. Right. Now, I said initially that we are going to use biological taxonomy. And if you can still remember biology when we were in secondary school, they taught us about kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. Remember? And that is why, logically, when you want to classify animals, you will start by saying, is it a mama? Is it vertebrate? Is it this? Is it that? Until you get to the species. So that is why you can know that lion, that's why the farm that it belongs to cat family is different from leopard, is different from hyena and some other things, because there are other things, several things we use as parameter to classify them. So it's the same logic that we are using here. We say we have superclass, we have class, we have subclass, and we have unit. And you have examples. Superclass, commercial, for instance. Class, retail. Subclass, food and drinks. Do you have the access to the QR code? Can you access it? You have it on your your tablets, your phone, and all that. Okay. That makes it easy for you to follow through. Yeah. Now, another important thing, another logical framework that we want to use is object-oriented programming. For students of computing, we understand this better. That you have something we call class, which defines the attributes and behavior of a particular object. So, you have an object, you have the class, you have inheritance. Now, when you say inheritance allows child classes to inherit characteristics from a parent class. Now I'll explain. When you say you have fruit, let's say fruit is a class. You have guava, you have apple, you have what again? Orange and all that. Meaning that before you can put all of them together as fruit, they have certain characteristics in common. Now, if you now say, is pawpaw a fruit or what? Is pawpaw a fruit? Yes, now. Why are you scared? It's a fruit. But it has some characteristics, right? But will you say bitter leaf is a fruit? Okay, it's a vegetable. Okay, then you have class of vegetable. And you know what you can put under that class. That is exactly what we are trying to do here. You have an object, but will a fruit, if you go higher up, like you know that fruit and vegetable, they are plants. They have, the fruit and vegetable have some characteristics in common before you start pushing them on different directions. Do you agree? Now, the interesting thing about what we are trying to say is that what you have as a class, the subclass will inherit the qualities of the class. To the extent that when you have parents, the husband and the wife, they have children. And that's why I like DNA. There is a way when you profile it, there is no way a child of this parent will belong to another parent. And that's why it's easy for, if you understand the logic behind the DNA test, you will appreciate what we are talking about here. There is no way a person, a child, will go and inherit characteristics of another parent. And that is why when they do the profiling, if it doesn't have the characteristics of the husband or the wife, it can easily reveal it. So that is the logic we are trying to build here. If you say something is commercial, then it will not belong to residential. Let me pause. Am I communicating? This is supposed to be a workshop, but I'm not lecturing you and it's not a seminar. So it has to be interactive. If I say something that you don't agree, you can even object immediately. So the whole logic is that whatever you think a particular object has as a feature, the child must be able to inherit the characteristics. Okay. Another important thing or principle of object-oriented programming is what we call polymorphism. It allows objects to behave in multiple ways. Again, I know this might sound funny, I might want to confuse you, but it should not. And that's why you have misuses. A particular object behaving in a particular way in multiple ways, right? And then there's another one we call encapsulation, which defines the boundary of each class. So if I say, for instance, I use this example when I was discussing with NICP Lagos chapter. I asked them, what class does whales belong to? Is whale, fish, or mama? Huh? Mama, why I say mama? One person. Oh yeah, now. Why is whale a mama? Huh? Because it swims inside water. No. A whale is a mama because it doesn't have gills like shark, for instance, like other fish. It's not. It has a blowhole, whatever. It uses direct oxygen like normal mama. But the environment where it stays is the inside water. So you cannot say because it stays in the water, then it's a fish. No. Just like you cannot say bat that flies, that is a bird. It's actually a mama because it has all the characteristics of mama. The only thing is that the environment is different and that's why it could fly. So these are things that will be confusing us. But if you understand the basic thing, which is the functional use, Dr. Oluyomi was trying to explain that one initially when he was talking about object and all that. The functional, he was talking about space. The functional use of that place. We'll get more into that. So anyway, I just put this one down, which is similar to what Dr. Ademi was talking about, nested clustering and all that. That was the logic they used in Australia, so that they can arrange this thing in hierarchical order. So if you put accommodation and you put dwelling under accommodation, dwelling cannot be under industrial or commercial again, because it belongs to the parent accommodation. So dwelling is a child of accommodation. Are you getting the logic? Hello? So dwelling is a child of accommodation, and bed and breakfast is a grandchild. I'm a product. So that is the logic, and that is exactly what we want to establish. Okay? Now, please listen to this. We want to do class. There are three ways by which we can do classification. We can either do classification by function, which is all I've been explaining, taxonomy, principle of object-oriented programming, nested clustering. Then by purpose, we can do clustering by purpose. And that is the policy aspect of it. That is the zoning aspect of it. When you now begin to say, okay, this is residential. This residential is a class of, this accommodation is a class of residential or whatever it is. And then you can then begin to say, how can we cluster these things together to make sense as planner? That is our responsibility, our land use planner. Now, there is no way you can function as land use planner without understanding all the basic components of all those different uses. And that's why, again, you have to go back to the first principle, by understanding all the parameters, that is the component. So, we should not confuse classification by purpose to classification by function. Note that, please. Now, the third one is classification by ownership. You say, what is cemetery? Where is Tamplana Badijo? What is a cemetery? Somebody says residential. Okay. Now, hello. Now, most people will classify, most of the reports we read in our books, in our plans. You see cemetery as public use, Abby? That's not entirely correct. It's not entirely correct. You check the profile you have with you. You know where we put cemetery. Then you say, which again about all this public thing. Okay, institution like schools. You say it's public. It's not public. It's an institutional thing. It could be, the ownership could be private or public. And because maybe in those days, most schools were public. So when we were in secondary, I remember when we were in Ife, and we were using Obateru. Interestingly, Obateru actually trained in Australia too. He brought whatever he saw there some how many years ago, 40, 50 years ago, he brought it. And we handed it over to our students. They are here. Now, if I go to Alausa today and I tell you that what I taught you then, I remember I told one of my former students, say, look, delete all I taught you before. I made a mistake. Delete this from your head. I was wrong. Instead of him to accept my apology, he was doing like this. I know, why can it be like that? I said, I'm sorry. I told you I taught the wrong thing. You understand? So, when we are looking at these things, you should know what is the basis for your classification. When you say government, the ownership could be anything. So if it is by ownership that you want to classify, no wahala. But what we are focusing on for the purpose of planning, for the purpose of land use planning, it is a use by function. What is the functional use of that space? It doesn't matter who owns it. I use the example of block of flats for residential, or maybe you want to use that apartment, or you want to use it as a hostel, or whatever it is. The intention of the person, the investor, is to make money. So it's not about the functional use of it. So that's, most of the time we always default to that and use the purpose to define it, or the ownership to define use. But the functional use, that is very important. Sorry? Cemetery is an open space. Yeah. It's an open space. It's under open space. I know, see, I told you initially, just that how people's head was spinning, excuse me, just like your people's head was spinning when I said, now you are comfortable when I said, hello. You are not comfortable if I say residential, hotel is accommodation. You are not fighting that again. Now you are fighting cemetery to be open space. It's actually open space. Now listen to me. When my friend was giving an example of hello, when he was giving an example of animal hostel, or animal hostel, or animal hotel, it sounds strange to you. Cemetery are planned to be like, it's just like, in fact, you need to see typical cemetery in developed system. People go there, in fact, they go to recreate. Are you with me? They go to the cemetery to recreate. Some people commune with the forefathers. They will go there, they will sit down there, they will Anyway, if you go through the if you go through the classification, you have it now, and you have the opportunity, SARS, you have the opportunities to, it's wicked though. You have the opportunities to check through, and then we can discuss after. There is going to be a breakout section. Now. Okay. So, now, an interesting thing about this, like I told you, you can actually have the digital value of all the color codes. So that if you go to Castina, whatever I'm describing as office with this value is what you will get in Castina, is what you get in Niger State, is what you get in Kano State, is what you get in Abia or anywhere. Because that is the value. You have the RGB. And maybe when we are going through the breakout session, I can demonstrate to you how you can change the values. So that you click it, you change the red value, you change the green value, and you change the B value, it gives you different color entirely. So that anywhere you go is universal. Right. So, why it matters? You all know, like I said before, currently we operate so many multiple arrangements, and then there is inconsistency in data arrangement, and then all the MDAs and all the LGAs, all the state government issues, they aren't talking to each other. For people living in Akute area, where their city room is in Lagos State and the kitchen is in Ogun State, I don't know how they want to do that classification if they are not using the same thing now. So there will be Ori Olori and SLSA. So the reason why we have to be serious about this classification at national level. Anyway, so there is fragmentation of data, and then data integration becomes very difficult. And we say the proposed LUC system introduces a single standardized, digitally encoded land use language for Nigeria. I remember I was making presentations sometimes, and one of my senior colleagues was asking me, is this in national, is it universal? I said the logic is universal, but the application is jurisdictional. That was the answer I gave him. Anywhere you go, this logic will not break down. But the way you apply in your own jurisdiction, the color code will be different. Now in Nigeria, we are using, or Lagos, I don't know whether that's the same thing in Katsina. We use yellow for residential. Is that what you use in Niger State? Huh? For residential, they use brown. In Oyo State too, I know they use brown in Oyo State. You understand? See, we need to deal with all these inconsistencies. And that is the essence of this thing. If by tomorrow, if by tomorrow we agree that in Nigeria, based on this thing we have done, we are going to be using yellow as residential, let the Igbo people come and learn from us. That is, yellow is yellow. If you go to UK we call it, they use yellow for abandoned, like a brown field. Like abandoned, derelict land. That's yellow in the UK. But we say it is residential in Nigeria, and that's it. But the logic of residential, brown field, green field is the same everywhere you go. So we are adapting it to suit our own purpose. I will not say, I know what is happening there, I know what is happening there. That's why I'm trying my best to blend these things together. I live in the two worlds. I'm trying to see how we can blend it together. So without a standardized classification, no state. Write this thing down, tell your governor anywhere you go, and that Agumbi Ade 2025 said, without a standardized classification, no state government will be able to fully achieve e-planning or smart city ambition. Write it down and let your governor know that Agumbi Ade said it. Without this land use classification, no matter billions that you spend on doing whatever, it won't come together. It's not that we are not intelligent. I told you before, all we need is just to be structured and come together and agree on some of these basic principles. Revenue generation, if you do it rightly, you can make so much money. I can guarantee you that. So I talk about state plan information. Now, what are the benefits of doing the right thing? For my colleagues in Abu, you are disturbing my class. Abu? Now, for one of the benefits we derive from this is planning information. We struggle a lot. If you want to build it up, for instance, now Lagos we don't have the land. We are just doing retrofitting. And look at GRA. Some people as old as me, although I'm still young to some people. Compare what you have here 20 years ago. How was GRA Kenya? Look at what we have now. Right? So, for instance, if I'm going to commit, if you want to buy a plot of land in Kenya, GRA, you have an idea, right? 2 billion. Yeah. in Ikeja GRA here. So if I'm going to commit that much in buying a piece of land, I must know what I can do there. So I will approach planning office for planning information. Now the independent distributed looper thing, everywhere I have opportunity, I will say it to Emma Binu. The looper thing we are doing, I cannot bring them together. I said it the very first day. The last day we were doing workshop at Keja, I can't remember now, where before they started implementing looper. I called Moses Ogunleye, Ayo Adejuma. I called them and said, this thing will not hard to get out. I'm not a prophet of Dumo. Is it not what is happening now? So we really need to understand these principles, and then we do it right. Then you can then call for authoritative data sets that will be managed by either Atopcon or NITP, or you are still doing a looper, you still getting your work. I'm not interested in the money. I don't care. Do the right thing for everybody to benefit. That's all we are saying here, please. So you can get plan information. If I have time, I can demonstrate to you how you generate. Just click a button here and generate planning report for you. I will tell you, Dr. Adeyemi wanted to go in depth into overlay zone. Don't go near it. Let's just get the basic for now. Then maybe when we come back, subsequently we'll be talking about overlay. The first day they told me overlay, I was looking at them like, what are they talking about? I too was confused until they started teaching me, okay, this is what is overlay. This is like, you have layers, and when you are now talking of GIS, the application of GIS in the real sense of it, then you have layers, and to the extent that every parcel of land, you have different development guide. Each parcel of land, based on the overlay, based on the zoning and all that. We'll go into that maybe some other time. So that's one of the things we can do. Like I said, you can generate reports based on each of those plots, as you see here. The development guide for this plot is different. For number 7 is different from, look at this. From number 7 is different from number 8. Number 8 is slightly opposite it. Because this area is subject to inundation, right? Meaning that there's a creek here. So they did the buffer. And then every building that this line covers, there's a different requirement for a puffer. As different from the one that is directly opposite the same street. That's not the kind of planning we are doing here. We are not doing at this parcel level. And that is what will make our cities to be organized. If you want to know any organized system, just sit by the window side in a plane and look down. That will speak for itself. So when you are coming and you are approaching Agege, you are coming to Ikeja, whatever you see, you know. Now, then better planning. If you do it right, we will get better plan, support orderly densification. So all this densification thing we are doing around, everybody is already doing that partially. Then there will be logic for it. Eliminate duplication. Ministry of Physical Planning will do its own. Urban Development will do its own. Survey and Guinea will do its own. Housing will do its own. When are we just replicating? If I remember when we were doing again. Model city plan, we approached survey for digital map, and they said no, we go and you understand. Whereas it's the same government, and I gave the same job. So I won't say it here, sir. I won't talk that one here, sir. For your guys, you can do that one. So cross-validation between approved land use and actual land use and tax record. The tax record is different from land use record is different from land use record, approved land use. Everything is just scattered everywhere. Whereas, like the Australia thing he was talking about, when I was there some 10, 15 years ago, they do the update every two weeks. Now everything is automated. As they are generating land subdivision, that layout thing that you call layout, it's even done by surveyor in Australia, not even by planners. So as they are doing that one, it's automatically, they are not even dealing with PDF, but they use XML file. Immediately they upload the thing will confine itself, and nobody is dealing with any paperwork again. And then we're here, we are still talking about color code. It's embarrassing, no? On the most, it's just embarrassing all of us. We shouldn't be talking about this next year. So I'm taking it, I'm still repeating Professor Onubi's whatever. So now, better revenue, they will want to push me away. Okay, that is not coming from me. Why it matters? In Lagos, the LUC is foundational data needed to make the governor existing massive investment in EGS actually pay off. And any opportunity I have, I will say that government is doing a lot in Lagos, I can tell you. And just like in other states, I was talking with Niger, Katsina, they're doing a lot everywhere. The only thing is that we have to get it right, so that there will be justification for the taxpayers' money. Right. The digital EU activates multiple mutually reinforcing revenue pathways, therefore planning reform and all that and all that. And I can say, if I thought the governor we get crashing to get the governor here. Assuming the governor is seated, I can tell him that we can make, not boasting with the government can make, without raising tax rates, government will make a lot of money. I wish we have another opportunity like it to demonstrate to you, if you have good cadastral system in Nigeria, how government will sit down in one place and be making millions. I will demonstrate. It's not a matter of mouth. If you get the right thing, you don't need to chase anybody around. There is no, I've said this before. I know again you want to tear me apart when I say this. Government has no business with land ownership. If they call me, I will go to the National Assembly and tell them that. The business of government is how to use the land, not ownership. There will be contention. If government truly have control over ownership, why will government acquire land that has already been appropriated to itself? What is the logic? All of you. Government has already appropriated all the land in Nigeria, vested in the governor of each state. Abi, according to land use act. And you see, government will still go there and say, I want to acquire. What are you acquiring? Something that you claim to belong to you. What is the logic? Meaning that you don't have any access, government has no access to any land. Why are you contending with that? Just leave that one. Get the old owner, whoever is laying claim to it. Let them bring all these things together. And say, okay, you say you have land, but this is what you can do on the land. That is what government should focus on. This is what you can do on this land. And if you make any transaction on that land, come and register with me. Without that, your transaction is null and void. If government is doing that, how much million will it be making every day? Just sitting down somewhere and people, okay, Niger State sold land to Katsina State. Oh yeah, this is your stamp duty. Pay. Is that not simple? Anyway. And I showed how, demonstrate how we can make it. So finally, about land use adoption, how do we adopt all these things? Which is the next thing. By this third section of this workshop, we go into details of the adoption. So and I'm recommending here that we can do pilot testing by starting small somewhere. Again, one of our problems is we want to do everything at the same time. We are never patient. We are never patient as a people. We want to have results. No. My pastor was preaching one day and said he went to Ghana. Ghanaians were trying to lay ties for him. And he got there and said, these guys, you've been working since 2-3 days ago. I want this thing, no. The Ghanaian looked at him and said, sorry, sir. This thing is not possible. You cannot get it, no. You have to be patient. So, we look at it, well, that would be wicked. You know, so we can't get it, no. It takes some time. Then, the system harmonization between different agencies and the national standardization, which is what we are actually talking about today. And then the legal integration, everything. I think somebody mentioned that. All our planning law, the maps and all, it's supposed to be legislated. I said this at Ekpe. Supposed to be legislated. If you don't have any legal thing, that's why anybody will wake up. Why is it that you have Central Park in New York tomorrow? With the value there, then nobody will go there and build high-rise there. Why is that you have Victoria Park in London and nobody will go there and build anything there? Why is that we have our own GRA, our Park View, our Banana Land that we can't even
describe how do you describe, even Ikoyi now, how do you describe Ikoyi? So, and then after the legal framework and everything adopted, then we go to full implementation and document, and then penalize people that are not following it. So we don't want, I again repeat Professor Numbi's request, we are not talking about this another 2 years. That's all we have to summarize. So wait 1 minute more. Now, this is implementation strategy in Australia. Look at when they started. We are 1990, where they were in 1990, that is what we are still talking about now. 1990 to 2000, they were able to do Figma property data set creation. After that one, title information migrated to VOTS in 2000. Then PDF plan through SPEAR in 2004. That's what we are trying to do with our EGIs and all that now, the PDF stuff. They were there 2004. Now, people-based plan, now we are talking about BIM and 3D. If you buy any property in Lagos today, all those luxury apartments in Banana Island, it has no title. There is no even legal framework to recognize your title. If it falls down tomorrow, that is the end of your investment. Now we are still here, 1990. And then we want it now. Those people that were even more serious than us, it took them how many years? I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. You know, there's one problem I have with teachers. Even when they are on the pulpit preaching, they will say they are not teaching. They will turn sermon to lesson. I know Professor Agudbiade previously said, I'm not teaching, we just want to rub minds. I want you to be the, have we rubbed minds? Have we been taught? Hands together once more for him. Thank you so much. It's quite revealing. And I think I want to disagree with you a little bit. While looking at this, and we are about 35 years behind schedule. In your introductory speech, you said we are 10 more intelligent than these people. And I know that if we are house, it's something we can achieve within 2 years. Do I have a yes? Let's put our hands together for ourselves. Okay. So we will do our breakout session now. Town planner, how you are did, you know? You will be the coordinator general. And each table we have a coordinator. So Professor Salau, Professor Alade, Professor Ilechukwu, please just help us go around, identify table coordinators. Just help us go around. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. We have 12 tables. So Professor Salau, 4 tables there. Okay. Can you say that again? Okay. Okay, so we are collapsing 2 tables to 1, but you remain the way you are, right? Okay. Okay, so each of the tables have been grouped. Each of the tables have been grouped. So based on the grouping, Professor Salau, HOD, okay, you are going to help us get coordinators for each of those groups. On that's your role. Professor Alade, on your role, you get us coordinators. Professor Ilechukwu, on your role, get us coordinators. They will not tell us the next thing to do. So you can just come around, because it's a brainstorming session. Just come around. So please check your tag to know your group. Check your tag to know your groups. Can we be done in 2 minutes? Check your tag to know your group. Then you can just sit around your group. Professor Adeyemi, you can also support in that wise. So each of the group will be given a flip chart. You'll be given a flip chart. You'll be given a marker and a stick note. A flip chart, a marker, a stick note. Each of the group. I think other groups can copy from this group where we have the former commissioners. Yes. Good, yes. You can collapse the table. Yeah. Okay, so we are almost done. So please permit me to hand over the microphone to Town Planner Adediran. So he will be giving us, as the Coordinator General, he will coordinate us generally. Let's put our hands together for him. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let us settle down. Let us settle down. The MC was the placeholder for me for about 5 minutes. So I have to thank him for doing part of my work. What we are going to do first is to settle down. And each of our tag, if you look at your tag, there is a number, either 2, 3, or whatever, that will put you in a group. So when you now know your group, within that group, I'm not going to call a professor from UNILA to choose your leader for you. I will want you to get a leader who will be a sub-coordinator and somebody to be writing down key points that you are going to discuss. I will be going around to make sure that we are really discussing. But we should not also do it to the extent that the group beside you could be distracted. So we have limited time, actually less than if he starts now, within 20 minutes, 15 minutes, we should stop. And what we are going to do is to look at all the comments. My own observation is that the only thing that distinguishes you as a town planner, urban planner, whatever planner you still want to put, is your ability to be a specialist in land use as an area of specialty. So, just recently a bill is being considered at the National Assembly, and the bill is about Chartered Institute of Planners in Nigeria. So, part of the challenge that you may be looking at is that once they include land use planning there, it means you don't have anything to do. But because not everybody can do what you can do,
But the only thing that will make you to be relevant is your ability to classify land uses. And that is the core of the matter. That is why we should take this assignment very seriously and be able to come up with acceptable recommendations that can be adopted nationwide. So, have we selected the group leader, and then don't want to use secretary, somebody to take record? So 2 from each. How many groups do we have? 6. So, in case you discuss there, after the end of the session, between the group leader and the secretary, you tell us what should be key areas of attention, and how do we scale it up to the understanding of policymakers. And you should also know that we are doing this bearing in mind that supposed to be something that we cut across. So today it's not about Lagos State law, or this, we are talking of standard which could be coded into regulation or our planning schemes. So I want us to start the discussion so that I'm not going to be another lecturer. And I will be going around to know who is coordinating, so all of us cannot be coordinator. I've donated part of my own duty to the subgroup coordinator. Thank you very much.
Then I attend to the second one, and then we compile them.
Okay. One house, please. One house, please. Thank you so very much. I know. Hello. Okay, I know we have been drilled. Group one. Group one. Okay. Now, for the expediency of time, can you lend me your ears, please? Hello. Yes, you know, there's a way we teachers behave. The question you can solve in 40 minutes as the person setting the question, you give to students to solve in 1 hour. You're not considering exam condition and the likes. I know that is what is happening now, but what we are trying to do now is to see how we can manage our time and also get the best out of us. So, be seated the way you are in your various group. We are going to take the third breakout session, the next and the last exercise, and Professor Agumbiade, 1 minute. Just so I will call on Dr. Olasheni if he's here. Dr. Olasheni. Okay. So for this last breakout section, Dr. Olasheni will be the coordinator general. Please just listen to him. We will take everything we need to do, then we bring our flip chart and do our presentation once and for all. So we would have brought like 1 hour, 1 hour, 30 minutes, right? So let's put our hands together for Dr. Olasheni. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think we will just flow the way we have started. We already have the coordinators, we have the secretary, and the team is still what it is. So we will look at the next set of cards where we have the questions, and we will run through them and record our various observations. Okay. We just have 20 minutes for this particular section, and our time starts now. So we have the prompts with us. The protocol officers have the prompts, and we have the table. So can we have one house, please? Can we have one house, please? We have just 20 minutes, and I want us to make the best use of the minutes that we have. 7 more minutes, please. 7 more minutes.7 more minutes. Seven more minutes. Five more minutes, please. 5 more minutes. We should be on the last card now.
But what is supposed to be is the National Development Plan Commission. They are the one to handle it. National Planning Commission. Yes. National Planning Commission. National Physical Development Planning Commission. That's what I want to say. Do you have such an agency? No, we have it, but we are trying to make it more. You see, under this commission. Physical development. Physical development.
Can we stand to round up, please? 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes, please. Lookman. Oshi. 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 Are we done in our group? Almost.
Roles and responsibility. A. Is it A? Yeah. Roles and responsibility. You have to move back, sit back. Caption.
Roles and responsibilities, capacity building, and regulatory and adoption pathway. Then you have the big portion, which is the capacity building. So are we saying that all the agencies will have to collaborate, federal, state, and everything?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then collaboratively. Then the big one is workshop, seminars, webinar. Can you add MCPDP, please? If it forms the form of our okay. That's curriculum. That's the
Okay.
MCPDP. MCPDP.
Bracket MCPDP.
Then the last one, regulatory and adoption pathway. Do you consider that? Okay. Why don't you put the clear head? Yeah, put the head there. Let's get ready to make our presentation. Just a minute more to go. A minute more to go. One more minute, and we start taking the presentations group by group. Can we have group one? Can we have group one make their presentation now? Group one? If group one is not ready, can we take group two? Can we take group two? Group two? Okay, please. You can have your presentation. Just put it on the... So the presentation will be in this order. You will let us have your feedback on the roles and responsibilities, then the regulatory roles and responsibilities, capacity building and training, and the regulatory and adoption pathway. So you can have the microphone and speak to your presentation. Oshinawa, please. And that is Oshinawa. Okay. You can have the microphone. Yeah, you talk about roles and responsibilities. That's number one. This is section 3. This is A. Roles and responsibilities is number 1. Then capacity building is number 2. Then regulation and regulatory and adoption pathway number 3. Then this one is wrap up. Please help me assist them. Here now.
Yes, sir.
Roles and
we only try to
capacity building and training. You do that? No, don't just look at this one. Capacity building and training.
This is section B. Section 2. This is 3.
Yeah, this is 3.
Do we just take 3?
What are we doing now?
I thought we have to start from section 2.
Okay.
And move to 3.
Okay. So you want to use the microphone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. So, from our group B, we want to start from section 2, then we move to section 3. So, on section 2, we looked at all the land use classification that we have. So, and what we did basically is for us to one house. So what we did basically is for us we looked at all the classification and we tried to sift out the one that we feel is missing within that class of classification. So if you look at the A side, the only area that we felt was missing.
Hello, please. By now, we should have stopped all that we are doing. Please let us have one house. The noise is too much. A group is making presentation, and I want the coordinators to please bring their presentations up here. All the coordinators, group 1 to group 6, please, the coordinators should come up here and bring their presentation. Thank you.
So we look at the classification as we have it in the code, the land use classification E code that was given to us. So looking at it, the first issue we had was the fact that on the card we have as I was saying, so we have the super class, we have the class, and we have the subclass. So basically, on that group 1, the first group, education, the only aspect, we look at it as okay. The classification is fine, everything is okay. Then we now move on to agriculture. On the agric land, there's only one aspect we felt is missing, and that is as regards plantation. It's not well defined. Yeah, the other thing that looks like that or like it is in the area of crop raising, the crop raising. So what does it fall under? Well, when I say crop raising, it could be nursery. So, but when you're talking about plantation, that is actually talking about you are trying to grow out crop. You want to commercialize a particular crop type. So we need better specification for plantation. It should be part of what we have as the agric land use. Then we now move further to the commercial aspects. On the commercial aspects, we have the commercial land use. I think we have no issues about that as well. The calculation is fine, and the color code is also good to go. Then we have green areas. So I think that is basically about the classification that we had. But when it comes to issue of section B and section C, I think that is where we have more issue to present. And in respect to the role, the question says, which specific training model do Nigerian planners need to efficiently use the new classification? What are the training that we think we need to, and part of what we have here is we have the GIS, we have the SDI and mapping consideration. So that should be given preference. Let me see the question 2. Question 2. The third one, 2. Okay. This is C. B, I need B. Okay. On the B aspect, that is definition and boundaries, which land use classification category needs stronger or clearer definition to avoid confusion during mapping or development control? So we looked at this as then the further question says that how should we define multifunctional spaces? Then a workshop space that also serves as a school or community hall. We use that as a mixed-use development. It should be captured as a mixed-use development. Then other areas, just like the first B1, that the capacity building and training. We have workshops, we have conferences, and we have seminars and webinars that could be used to improve the skills of our members. Then number C, the question C, that is based on the GIS, ID, SDI, mapping and coordination consideration. Then are the proposed map color, symbols and metadata standard suitable for use across the country and for alignment with the National Spatial Data Infrastructure. That is NSDI. NSDI. So it reads, what does it read? So we have digitalization, then we have this. It's not well captured. It's not well captured. It's not well captured. This number 2 question. Number 3, what that? Say number 3. Okay. Sorry. So number 3 question, that is number 3C. Which states or local government should serve as pilot area for the national rollout, and why? So we said Lagos should take the lead, because number 1 is that because he said why. The why says why should we use the Lagos state? And we are saying that we should use Lagos not just because it is center of excellence, but because most things that we do in Nigeria when it comes to physical planning, Lagos takes the lead. But Lagos take the first step in that. So Lagos should be considered as the state or local government within Lagos that serve as pilot survey for this land use classification. Then CB or C2, which law, regulation, and planning guidelines needs updating to make the classification mandatory in planning framework, development permits, master plan, and planning schemes. So we looked at it, and we look at the urban and regional planning law. We have the National Building Code. We have the urban policy that should be looked at. We also have the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Then we have the political will. The political will should also be there. Then which agency should be the custodian of national land use classification? And that was what I just read out. Then which risk, what risk could hinder national adaptation? So some of the risk that we notice is lack of communication. So if there is, for us to, the communication gap could hinder the progress. And we also look at the political will. If there is no political will, it could also affect the process. The same thing as the technical know-how, where the institutional framework could also be. Then lastly, what does success look like? What does success look like for Nigerian if national land use classification is achieved in the next 5 years? The success look, if you like our success, what does it look like? Is to also have an orderly development and appreciate the property and investment value. Because if we have the land use calculation in place, a lot of things will be achieved, part of which the property value will increase. Then how can planners ensure the system evolves alongside with technologies and emerging urban challenges? We have the adoption of and usage of the classification, constant capacity building, and lastly, we have to facilitate the implementation of the classification, orientation, and engineering office measures and publicity. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for him. We have just listened to the presentation of Group 2. So, Group 1 is ready. Is Group 1 ready? Group 4. Group 4 is ready. Please come. You have 5 minutes. Group 4? Yeah, please come. Group 4? You have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Please go straight to the point. Group 4? That's your group. Okay. You can use the microphone. You start with the A, B, C. Start with roles and responsibilities, then capacity building, the regulatory pathway, and wrap up. 5 minutes. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aisha Salami. I'm representing Group 4. So, for session 2, technical structure and coding, the question said, does the class, subclass, and unit structure, let me rephrase, does the superclass, class, and unit structure, can this be applied to Nigeria? We said yes, that it's applicable to Nigeria with time, so that by the time we consolidate all the uses as identified, we can group them under this. The second question under technical structure and coding said, are there land uses that are missing, unclear, or commonly misclassified? So we said yes, that there are some land uses that are missing, and these include recreational land use. We said this is often ambiguous, right? We also said open spaces are often ambiguous, and for example, if you look at both of this now, we find that a lot of times we tend to group recreational spaces and open spaces together, but they are different. Recreational spaces are specific to use. They can be indoor or outdoor, public or private. If a space is for recreational purpose, it is specific to that use. It is different from open spaces. Buffer zones and setbacks are open spaces. You don't necessarily have to carry out recreational activities there, right? Under developing a standardized land use schema for Nigeria, question 1 said, which land use categories need to be stronger or need to have stronger or clearer definitions to avoid confusion? My group said the land use categories that need stronger definitions include open spaces, cemetery, and recreational use. Back to the example I gave earlier, yeah? The second question said, how should we define multifunctional spaces, e.g. a worship space that also serves as a school or community hall? So we said that they should be defined with their fundamental or elemental use. For example, if you pick Unilag is an institutional use, but it has a lot of sub-uses. So we can say that, however, we can say that if we are classifying it, we classify it under its fundamental use, which is a school, which is institutional. Under developing a standardized land use schema for Nigeria, question C. Are the proposed map colors, symbols, and metadata standards suitable for use across the country and for alignment with the national spatial data infrastructure? We said yes. Can everybody see my yes? Yes, we said yes. That the proposed map colors and symbols and standards, they are suitable, yes. Question D said, what features must be added to make the classification system AI ready for digital planning tools and decision support systems? So we said that the features to make the scheme more suitable for AI readability include basic language use, layman language, so that any town planner or land use planner or whoever picks up the scheme can read it and understand. So we make the language as simple as possible to describe every use assigned. And then we also said good lettering and good interface. For people that will go online, use the digital platforms, it needs to be attractive, it needs to be easy to use. Click here, click there, know this color, pick this color. So basically, anything that can be, that is basic, simple to use for all levels. So that's our presentation for session 2. Session 3, wrap up recommendations, institutional coordination, and next steps. Roles and responsibilities. What roles should stakeholders play in adopting and implementing the national land use classification? So we listed them out, but we grouped them. So for government, we put federal, state, and local government together to formulate policies, implement and enforce compliance of those policies. So the scheme will be adopted, will be included in formulation policies, will be implemented, and then it will be enforced. For academia, they will be playing research and enlightenment roles. And for professional and private firms, they will be playing advocacy, implementation, and advisory services. Even if you don't know, once you go to a certified consultant, they should be able to advocate and advise you on using the scheme properly, yeah? How can they work together effectively? Collaboration. Thank you. In settings like this, more workshops. Question B says, which specific training modules do Nigerian planners need to effectively use the new classification? So we said the modules where trainings are needed include GIS training, special data infrastructure training, zoning, and other related applications. We also said AI and other computer languages as they emerge. Question C. Regulatory and adoption pathway. Which states or local government should serve as pilot areas for the national rollout? Of course, the Center of Excellence, Lagos State. Specific local government, Ikeja local government. Thank you. You can clap for us now. Clap for Lagos State. Which laws, regulations, and planning guidelines need updating to make the classification mandatory in planning frameworks? We said the Land Use Act 1978 and other development control laws as domesticated within states, yes. Which agency should be the custodian of the national land use classification and why? So we had Professor Ilechuku in my team, so we were able to come up that the agency that should be the custodian is the National Physical Development Commission. They need to be resuscitated. And what risk could hinder national adoption? Political, institutional, technical, and also cultural. So, our final closing reflections. What does success look like for Nigeria if a national land use classification is achieved in the next 5 years? So success looks like improvement in internally generated revenue. It looks like reduction of land use conflict. It looks like spatial data planning and forecasting. We can actually use this information to get enough data and information about the future. How can planners ensure the system evolves alongside new technologies and emerging urban challenges? Planners will do that by accepting, first and all participants here, accepting the scheme and employing it. And then as you go on, you advocate for it within your institutions. And then lastly, what commitments will each participating institution make in the next 12 months towards implementation? So here we said advocacy for people like me and you that are here. We keep telling our bosses that there's a new scheme, a new color scheme, land use scheme, rather. And then we hope that eventual adoption and use in formulation of policies. Thank you very much.
Can we clap for this group? Now we will take the next one, group number 3. Group 3. 5 minutes, please. Your time starts now. 5 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Tamblana Badmos Miriam, representing Group 3. So the first question we asked is definition and boundaries. That which land categories need stronger or clearer definition to avoid confusion? During mapping or development control. So as part of what we observed, we're able to let me see. Okay, as part of the classifications, land use categories that need clearer definition, it's the agriculture. We have wetland. Because by the time you look at the classification that was given, not much was given on the issue of agriculture itself. Because we have so many things being put under agriculture, and we all know that agriculture could be farming, it could be animal husbandry and the rest. So they need to explain further on the use of agriculture. Same thing on the wetlands. It needs to be further defined, because we have so many wetlands in our areas that you just need to define it. Yes. How should we define? Okay. Okay, 2 ways. The technical structure and coding. Does the class, subclass, and unit structure clearly capture the kinds of land uses we have in Nigeria? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And going to 2B, are there land uses that are missing, unclear, or commonly misclassified across ministries, private sector or academic? Yes. And that's why we have it here that under agriculture and wetlands, it needs to be clearly stated because some of them are unclear and also commonly is also misclassified. Under it, we have the buffer zone. Like I said, the wetland. They have to discuss about the environmental sensitive areas, the marshland, the mangrove, okay, the marshland, mangrove conservation areas, and coastal zones areas under the definition of it. So the B part of it, are there land uses that are missing? Yes, I said it, there are land uses that are missing, the buffer zone, wetlands, the marshy area, the mangrove conservation, and why do we have? So now, as part of the question we were now asking under group 3 is why do we have education as a super class and not health group? Because when you talk about the super class, you said we have the education aspect of it. What about the health group itself? Is it not a super class? So these two should be looked into. We are suggesting that health can also be part of the super class family. Now, the water bodies, we have an hotel. That is the big part now. Oh, yeah. The definition and boundaries. Okay, I think I've explained that. How should we classify? How should we define multifunctional spaces? Okay, that is B2. It should be defined as a mixed use. That is, how should we define multifunctional space? We've suggested that it should be defined as a mixed use, simple as that, because it has worship space that can also serve as a school or community hall. Sir, for the military zone, we equally suggested that there should be a code where we can have the military cantonments, the navy, the police force, every other security arms being put together as a zone rather than being grouped into other zones. So it should stand alone on its own. We suggested that there should be a security or special uses. Likewise, the mining, because we have so many mining going on that is not being classified into any uses. So these two should be critically looked into and given a special code and color on its own. Then our function is, in classifying all these things, it should be under the function category, not the uses. So what are the roles? The role of the federal government is to establish a national standard for land use classification, while the state is to domesticate the national standard into into their planning standard. That is, states should take cue from the federal government and by establishing their own. And the local government, what's the function of the local government? What are they supposed to do? To implement the land use classification into their planning schemes and ensure the preparation of zoning map, local map, and district plans at the local level. So the functions of the professional bodies now, what are the functions of the professional body? To use the professional bodies will be as a guideline. We use it as a guideline and comply with the established standard. The professional bodies also to develop code of conduct and maintain uniform planning standard. Also, the professional body should ensure members comply with developed planning standard. That is, this is basically for the members now to use, the professional members to use, and ensure that members comply with developed planning standard. The academia, what is their function? The function of the academia is to review the curriculum to reflect the said national standard and research into it from time to time. What can be done? They can work together through workshop training and seminars. Then training, continuous training and retraining, training and workshop. That's the big part of it. Then C, each state is to determine what's what in each local government. That is, let's take an example for probably in Lagos State, the local government in each of the states will now take what works for him in terms of question 3. No. Okay, now the C parts of it. Regulatory and national framework. Each state to determine what works in each local government. Each local government to come up with planning scheme based on approved state planning provision. Then reason, okay. Then the state ministries. Now, you said which we should, for these 3 parts of it, which agency should be the custodian of the national land use classification and why? Both the federal and the state should be the custodian. Reason is that the local government is at the implementation stage. So they implement the plans that is being executed at both the federal and the state. There should be, okay, for the 4th question, what's critical in the national adoption? None. Reason being that LPO, that is local planning office, should be saddled with the responsibility of implementing planning regulations. Now the deep part of it is to allow, okay, that is the wrap-up discussion. Now what does success look like? It allows for stable physical planning and goals of human settlements, continuous training and retraining of planners, constant review based on emerging technology, and finally, enforcement and implementation of the national land use classification standard. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for her. So we have the next group. That's group is this? Okay. Group 5, please. Just 5 minutes. Group 5, please. You have your time now. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Pamela Okwini for Group 5 presentation. Can everybody hear me? Okay. So the first question was on technical structure and coding and whether the proposed land use classification captured the reality of Nigeria. For our group, we say yes. And the only thing that may cause contention between groups is that the naming, it should be properly explained. For example, street market. Other people might relate to that name differently. They might have a different name that they call it. But if you look through the proposed classification, it does cover every single land use that we currently have and can think of. Are there land uses that are missing? No, we do not have any missing land uses as far as we are concerned in Group 5. So, this definitions and boundaries. What land use categories need stronger definitions? We talked about the green area. For us, it was about the coding. We should be clearer with our color coding and our naming. That's our observation. How do we define multifunctional spaces? According to the classification, we have mixed use that is already delineated properly. So you can say what percentage is the major use and what type of mixed use would it fall under. For the proposed mark colors, are they suitable for use across the country? Yes and no. Something to note is, especially when we talk about training AI models and smart data, we train technology. Technology doesn't train us. So for us to have proper representation, you have to be very clear up to the point where there can be no misunderstanding. So using the same green or red for 2 different super classes might bring problems down the line, and that's something to look at. It said what features must be added to make the classification system AI ready. Proper coding and documentation, something I think I mentioned already. To make it ready for AI, our coding, our documentation must be well detailed. Okay, Roles and responsibilities. As planners or whatever field we are right here, we can agree that already an existing system, and what needs to be done is to strengthen that system and work within the system that we currently have. For federal agencies, we have policies, formulations. For states, the laws and the bylaws. Local governments for implementation, enforcement, and monitoring of compliance. For our professional bodies, regulation. For private firms, they have to put this system into practice, because the only way it's going to come to fruition, the way it's going to work, is when people use the system for their projects, for planning. For academia, it has to be part of the curriculum. How can they work effectively together is to promote synergy among themselves. I think that's the only one way all these stakeholders can make this a reality. The specific training model. Let me see. Okay, I can be fast. Basically, all the models need to be trained for this. That's our answer. Okay, let me just mention this one. The agency to be the custodian. Mention the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, because it's the leading agency for land use matters. Potential risks, political instability. I think that should wrap up everything for us.
Can we have group 6? Group 6, please. Who is presenting for group 6? Don't worry, group 6. In the order of submission. In the order of submission, group 6. 5 minutes, please, quickly. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the first question is technical structures and coding. So it said, does the superclass, class and the subclass clearly, structurally clearly capture the kind of language? So we agreed in our group that yes. So we say yes, it captured most of the land use we use in Nigeria. So the second question said, are there land use that are missing, uncleared, or commonly and so on? And someone mentioned, Tamplan Akiola mentioned postal agencies in aspects of this post office and these all these postal agencies that will send goods with, all these private ones that are now in vogue. So he said it should be classified that some of it are for commercial purpose. And also another person mentioned dump sites, that it should be for commercial use, because now we are in era of waste to wealth. So that is not unlike those days that we just dump, we don't know the usefulness of all this refuse dump. Okay. So 30 seconds. Okay, let me move to this place, which is the first question of the second section, which says, okay, sorry. All right, this one is, they asked us that which of these, the app, the technologies, I know this one talks about the technologies. So we said constant trainings on all modules, emerging knowledge, technology such as GIS, zoning, SDI, and AI. And said NNCP should champion the training on the land use classification and planning practice in Nigeria, starting with next MCDP, that the chairman for the MCDP of NITP promised to discuss with the president against MCDP 2026. And we also mentioned the 3 states where we should start it from. We mentioned FCT, and someone mentioned Walada local government, and someone said Oyo State. So different people brought out their own opinions on the village, on the place. And also, we also agree that Lagos should be number 1, such as the way we are starting, because we are having the training today. So we should lead by example. Okay, I don't even know the question. So let me move to the last question because of our minutes. All right. Oh no. Okay, that's the. Sorry, the last question. So the last question says, what does success look like for Nigeria if a national land use classification is achieved in the next 5 years? He said it's going to be an huge success. And also starting with Nigeria is going to be like a model to most African countries because we are going to have orderliness in our environment, which will lead to aesthetic environments. Thank you.
Let's clap for her. The last group, group one. Group one, is that group one? Group one, please. 30 seconds.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yemisi Alaka. Our presentation is on classification and standardization of land use. When we're talking about this, we're talking about the way it has been classified, that is the superclass, subclass, and the unit. So going through all that from the item listed on the table presented by our professor, we, in our group, we are able to point out few things that we are not really in agreement with what he itemized. That is when you look at item number 42, it's talking about retail premises. On that, a group postal agency, that is the government agency as commercial, we disagree with that because it's government use. We put it as a public use. Then again, we are discussing about cemetery. Cemetery, he said, is an open space. We disagree with that as well. It's a public use because you have so many people going in there. Like in his presentation, he himself said some people go there to recreate and to do whatever with the unseen spirits. Then the item 170 to 182, we discovered there that there was no color code for vehicular transportation, and the railroads and station should be the same RGB. That is, when you are categorizing them, you should put them together, especially those that have the same color. There's no point separating them. We believe that you should put them together. Okay. Then roles and responsibility. We said that the federal government should be the apex by providing policy guide to all states and local governments. Then the states and the local governments will be the regulatory body and compliance, while professional bodies and private body will set standards and trainings, while academia will train the students. Then there should be a continuous collaboration among them, among all stakeholders that are involved in planning professional practice. Then we are talking about capacity building. That is, professional bodies to train their members through the MCDP and school curriculum. The MCDP, we discovered that most of the time when we go for our MCDP, we have a lot of paper being presented. At the end of the day, what's the outcome? There should be an outcome like a white paper presentation. At least that will show that we are able to gain something out of our training, that we have better impact on our profession. Then regulation and adoption pathway. We said that only states that has domesticated planning law should be picked as pilot states within the 6 geopolitical zones. That is maybe Kano, Niger, Enugu, Rivers, and Lagos. Then we're talking about agencies. We took the APES, that is the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Then all other states will come under them. Then I'll wrap up. We are saying now that there should be synergy in land use policy and implementation. Then all stakeholders should have uniformity. Then for us that are here today, that is all participants that are here today, we should be ambassador for this classification. Thank you.
Shall we clap for her, please? Thank you very much. I think that's all. Okay, we have come to the end of these breakouts. We have come to the end of this breakout session 3, and we have attended to the plenary session dealing with group presentations from breakout sessions. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for the coordinator general. He's a very soft man. If we leave him here, we allow them to do 30 minutes or 15 minutes. Okay. Thank you so very much for being wonderful audiences and great participants in this one-day workshop. Trust me, we spent quite some quality time here, and I know that the feedback we've gotten from us, even in the Q&A session and this presentation section, they will be. Let's put our hands together for him.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I want to sincerely thank everyone for this engaging conversation that we had today. It's been amazing, wonderful. The thing was like, before you know, it's almost 4. We're just wondering what's going on. I want to thank you most sincerely for your time, for your interest, and for your intellectual contribution. Very important. We pray that, like I said somewhere ago, that the discussion continues. Discussion continues, but we don't want it to lag too long. In the next couple of weeks, months, we want to close in this thing, and then we want to start the demonstration or the implementation phase. So, like the MC said, we're going to collate all your responses, and then we'll compile everything together. And somebody suggested that we should form a WhatsApp group for follow-up. Maybe there are some things you possibly wanted to say now that you could not say, or you have some suggestion, or maybe when you get home, when you later engage with the table, you are able to find out something that you want to share. We'll consider that as well, and then we'll reach out to you. And before I close, I want to sincerely appreciate the donors. And please listen to this. This thing is happening today. I know you will not want me to say it, but I will say it. It's happening today because of the seed fund that was provided by Alhaji Kadri. It's single, I won't mention the figure, but it was the one that spurred me into doing this. Because there was no way I would gather people like this together. He encouraged me. No. So I want to acknowledge his contribution. At the same time, in no particular order, I want to acknowledge the role of the GM LASPA. He actually was the one that secured this place for us. I also want to acknowledge NITP Lagos. They gave us, you remember when Professor Numbi was saying something? When the alert dropped, the whole thing vibrated. And Atopcon Lagos, Town Planner Mosu was the first person individually, single-handedly that gave us something. I won't mention the figure. Yeah. The Honorable Commissioner too, Engineer Olumide, personally gave us personal money, not physical planning money. So please acknowledge him. Let's clap for him, please. On behalf of Atopcon National, Templana Adefela Sugbeson, where is he? Oh, thank you very much. Arowayin, thank you very much. From Ogun State, that's from Ogun State. They called me personally that they want to give us something. Is it Templana Architect? Daisy, also my new friend, GM, Incidenta. Town Planner Adewolu from Ogun State dropped something for us. NITP National, Ayola Adesanya, I see Baba, he was 70 years old just yesterday. Where is he? Town Planner Adesanya, he had left. Wow. Land and Housing Solution Network, Shalewa Akredolu, these are all individuals that contributed. Abi Oluyomi, the guy from the US also dropped something for us. Instead of us paying him, he actually gave us something.
And I escorted with him in the hotel. No, your money is not enough for me to stay in this hotel. Oh. I was escorting in his lounge. And one of my former students works in Senate Bank. Fadikpe Jesutola, he was supposed to be here, but he couldn't make it. He gave us something very substantial. Please, come on. Tamplana Olufumilayo Shifuyi dropped something personal, and please. And another one of our former students in Abuja, Kunu Olufemi, gave us something personal. He was the one pursuing all the directors around in Abuja. After a while, he dropped something substantial himself. I want to recognize everybody. I want to thank you all for coming. Like I said, the discussion continues. I wish you safe trip back home, and thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Let's give it up for Professor Agumbiade and the team. Please, let's be seated. Please, let's be seated. I know it is time for lunch. It's time for lunch. Please just be seated. Somebody will meet you and you will follow the person to take lunch. We don't want it to be rowdy. Once she comes to you, just follow her. But let's be seated so that lunch will be served in a way that is not rowdy. Once more, let's celebrate the planners of this event. Thank you very much. The discussion will continue online, offline, and physically. Thank you so much. See you when next we meet.